Hello, God Slayers. Welcome back to Death2Divinity, the first all-fat, all-queer TTRPG show where you can bring your little thirsty self on in here to play some TSL with us. Welcome. I hope you are ready for, a tasty morsel of an episode. My players are about to tell you how last week's episode left off, but if you were here, you know that the party's the hits start coming and then they're not going to stop coming. I believe there's the proverb in the Bible. I think I think we're ready for a really big hit tonight. And I'm so happy to have all of you here. I'm happy to have all my beautiful friends here as well. Sometimes we vamp, sometimes we don't. I think maybe we don't because I'm worried about another sexy wolf. But I want to allow us to head into the recap zone for tonight. We're going back to the old style. We're not popcorning, right?
Not today.
Not today.
Think.
All right, perfect. I just wanted to make sure.
In which case, tell me that.
Couldn't, because I didn't know. But so we're gonna do it. We're gonna do the dang thing that way. I believe Lyrica, you were crowned last week, unless I have a false implanted memory. But did you take that inspo away? Because you didn't recap, and then chat kind of like made a volatile throw and gave you
yes,
which I loved. Right, expect the unexpected. Very Jeff Probst of us all. So you are going to get to choose who starts.
I'll start.
Oh, I love it when the people who won choose to start. I think it sets such a wonderful tone for the whole rest of the thing. All right, perfect. Well, you're going to start first then, Lyrica, and Molly, I am entreating to the top of your mountaintop, oh Time Daddy, God of all that passes, once more, to ask you to...
A lot of responsibility!
Oh my God.
Oh my God!
No pressure, Molly!
So if you will daddy us through this once more, I think Lyrica, when you are ready, please set the tone for tonight's little tale.
Yeah, I think I'm ready.
You ready? Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
We all get into our fabulous outfits for Jolt, and we make our way to Jolt. We each do our entrance. We all meet the Iron Enclave members. Gemma shows up. Doxon, sorry. Discord shows up. Boop.
It's 15 seconds, right? I didn't prank you.
15. You're
that's 15 seconds.
Yep. Oh boy. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Lyrica, for setting us off. Who are you picking to go next?
Julian.
Ooh, good choice. Good choice. All right, when you're ready.
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1, go.
Malaya Pira puts a weird purple circle around Gideon's feet. Power slices Chinthrick's hand as he takes a dagger from him. Current gives Kaylin some extra power, but kind of passes out into Nakia's arms. Ampara.
Perfect. Wonderful little warning we just got off. Beautiful. All right. So then who are you picking to go next?
Molly.
Beautiful. I'm ready.
Right. I then step up. The father's father.
Father's father.
Why did I open up my camera?
Grandfather, if you would.
Yes.
The father's father. There's no other word for that.
All right. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go.
We give her presents. I made me a fucking mom. Chinthrick shows up. He's a clown. Discord shows up. She gets on par his own card thanks to Kaylin eavesdropping with Current's help. There's some sexual tension between Current and Trist, and then we're gonna fucking execute Simpura right at the top here.
Perfect. Wonderful job. All right, who are you picking to go next?
Kita.
Hope that in my spirit.
All right.
Are you ready?
Am I ever?
Yeah.
Let's go.
3, 2, 1, go.
So we all pick our outfits and then we show up to Jolt and we all choose our names. I gift on power of fucking Simpira and then we're all gonna go stab and kill her. Well, we're not gonna all go stab and kill her. And then there's also weird tension between me and Valnorax. Oops.
Beautiful recap. Stunning recap. One of your best, I would say. If not your
Yeah,
best.
and you know
That
what?
was, like,
I didn't
tight.
even practice. That was.
Oh my god. Hell yeah. That's a good omen for tonight. I love this. Let's fucking do it. All right, who's
Sam,
left?
it's all you.
Are you ready? All right. Whoop. 3, 2, 1, go.
We introduced ourselves and presented our guest to Anpara. We all thirsted over Gemma. Discord showed up. Brian threatened Valnorax, which was totally cool and fine and chill because she didn't technically commit violence, which is the big rule. And Ystir's about to execute Simpira, who was the bunny that we all went hunting for.
Correct. 5 points. All right. All correct. Great job, everybody. But it doesn't matter how much I loved it. It matters how much chat loved it. Our beautiful mods. Thank you so much to our personal Derby team, my heroes, my lifeblood. They're going to start that poll. You're going to vote. We're going to pick someone to get advantage tonight, an extra D6 to roll. Very exciting. While we do that, I'm searching for a box here on this Saturday night. Does anyone have a box they'd like to step on?
True story. I want to do a Patreon stream where I make a little box. That's the whole stream. It's gonna be the whole thing.
All right.
Okay, hi everybody. I'm on my little soapbox. It's time. We just want to give a big shout out to our sponsor, Die Hard Dice. They've been sponsoring us since season 1, which is incredible. If you use the code Death2Divinity at checkout, you'll get 10% off of your order. And then if you mention us in the comments, you might even get some extra stuff from them. Also, don't forget that we do still have some of our player character dice bundles available. So they are 100% curated by us for you, and they're incredible and we love them a lot. And you should definitely go check those out if you haven't already. We also want to give a shout out to One More Multiverse, which is the gorgeous pixel art TTRPG platform that we play our game on. They're currently in open beta. Definitely check them out for your own games. And then we want to give a shout out to Mackenzie Mullins, who did the full body character art you see in our stream graphics. And last but not least, if you're not already following us on social media, you probably should be. And that does include Patreon, where we do things like exclusive streams of me building a box, or Katie May planning murder boards for the show, or whatever else may strike their fancy from week to week. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Also, you should join the Discord because that's where all the fun happens. So
that was all incredibly true. And Molly, you are getting a treat tonight. Congratulations.
Oh, boy.
All right. So this is it. We are about to pick back up at what some might call an execution. Before we do, of course, I entreat to my lovely, adored, much-loved players. Is there any other questions, concerns, pleas for mercy that you have before we begin tonight's celebrations?
We love you. Say it back.
I love you all so much. Thank you for showing up to tell stories with me week after week. It means the world to me. All right.
Oh, Samster, good point. I think it was just me that advanced last week.
We have leveling up to talk about. Thank you so much. Go ahead and talk about that, please.
Yeah, so this was my third advancement because Brian is a messy little demon child who keeps doing things that give her experience points, which is how you advance. And when you advance in Thirsty Sword Lesbians, because it is a Powered by the Apocalypse system, you can take a new move from your own playbook. You can take a move from another playbook. You can also add to your stats. So like you can increase your daring or your grace, like the things that we add to our rolls. I decided to take another move. So I've done that each time, and I think the next time I advance, I'm actually going to increase some of my stats just to shake it up a little bit. Also because my rolls have been garbage. But so the move that I took this time around is from the playbook The Beast, which is from the base book, the original Thirsty Sword Lesbians book. It's not from Advanced Lovers and Lesbians, although I love all of the playbooks in that one as well. And so the move that I took is called it's called Big Dyke Energy. And so this is the description of that move. So when you make it clear to your foes that you're the biggest threat, then for the rest of the scene, whenever you roll a 10 plus, you may choose someone present to be impressed or intrigued with you. Once during the scene, when you gain a string on someone, you gain an additional string on someone else who considers you an enemy. I felt like this was an incredibly appropriate move to take going into the second course of Anpara's dinner party, because if Brian's ever going to be surrounded by more enemies, like surrounded by enemies, I don't think it's going to be more of them that are concentrated right here in this palace.
Or are they all friends?
Who knows?
Oh yeah,
Well,
but I
mean enemies of Brian.
sure, but
That's what
also
I
friends
mean.
of Brian.
Some of them, yes, sure.
Yeah, I think all of them maybe would love to be
Maybe.
your friend.
Yeah.
And then so I also wanted to talk about this, and I didn't warn any of you, so sorry. But I've spent a lot of time this week creating some custom moves for your items. All of the items that carried over from the original iteration of Death2Divinity. I wanted to make sure that they helped amplify a lot of the bits of character that we haven't seen yet in from like your available move set. So a bunch of you have a couple. Some of you have original moves. Some of you have reskin moves from different playbooks. But if you all want to pick one to share with everyone, just to give them a little taste of what's coming, I think all of you have between 3 and 4 new moves added to your move set. But yeah, just one tasty little one to share before we start tonight. Just get everyone salivating, and I think then we're gonna hop into it. Who wants to share first?
I can go.
Oh yeah.
So one that I think is really cool is the champion, which is attached to my winged sneakers from the playbook The Dream Mirror. When someone with a string on you is threatened once per session, you can show up to defend them, even if it seems impossible. Take +1 forward to protect them.
I'm so excited to see that one in action. Oh man, that was a selfish choice on my part. I can't wait to see how that plays out. Who wants to go next?
Sure. Next. Kalen has a ring that lets him put on a show, and when he performs for an audience, roll plus heart. On a 10+, he can choose 2. On a 7 to 9, he can choose 2 and also give a string to someone present. The options are make a good impression and take +1 forward, inspire someone and give them +1 forward, or unleash your emotions and remove a condition.
I'm very excited for that. Who wants to go next?
Tasty. I'll do mine really quick. So we pulled this one from another TSL playlist called the Naga, which is like the snake lady. And so it's for Brian's magic slippers that I always talk about. And so the move is called Slippery. So you're hard to pin down and easily slip through most restraints and barriers. In most cases, you can slip through and sashay your way out of physical harm without rolling. For a truly formidable, legendary, or seemingly impossible obstacle, roll plus grace. And on a 10+, I can choose 2. You may now use the restraint or obstacle to your advantage in the current or next scene. You gain the element of surprise, or you take a string on the enemy who put you here. And on a 7 to 9, I choose 1 from the following 2 and then 1 from the 3 I just listed. So the additional ones are, but enforcements are coming, or but you left someone or something behind. And I feel like both of those for Brian are like very like I got chills up my spine when I read that move. So I'm very excited.
Same, bestie. Who wants to go next?
I can go next.
Hell yeah.
So I have one that is tied to Current's glass bead bracelet called Awaken the Wild. It says when you're in a safe position and attempt to commune with a place or non-sentient creature, roll plus spirit. A 10+, you get to choose 1. A 7 to 9, you choose 1, and the GM will offer you a hard choice or a success at a cost. And a 6 or lower is a downbeat. And your options are you cleanse it of hurt, corruption, or sickness. You alter its behavior, ecosystem, or atmosphere to one you choose, or you make it dangerous to a certain person or creature, or a type of person or creature. If you attempt this move while rushed or while distressed to the point of having 3 or more conditions, it works as above briefly, but afterwards the place or creature will fall dead and barren.
Hell yeah, Will. Perfect. And then that last move, let's hear it. That one is from the Nature Witch playbook, which I actually don't think I put in there. But yes, that is my fun little fun fact.
Hell yeah. Mine is tied to Morgane's like little pie trophy that we had before. and it is from the Sun Hand playbook, and it's called Sun Hand Baking. If you have dough, you can bake it anywhere. You can channel the heat of the sun into your hands and bake bread by just holding the dough. And there's like 10 different types of bread I can bake that do all different things that are super fucking cool. One will like clear a condition. One will give you +1 forward. One like helps you temporarily gain like some gills to like breathe underwater. One like makes you glow for a bit. One like old cartoon style causes people to float towards the bread. I just was like, there's literally like a baking move, and I have to get it for Gideon. I think that's so cute.
Right? It was too perfect.
Yeah,
because it's like you had already established it, so there was no way that we weren't gonna do it.
Yeah, and it was like a sentimental item with like her dad that I wanted to keep and give something like not like game breaking but fitting. So that was perfect. I love it so much.
I can't wait to like see you sneak into Ampara's kitchen to get some bread going. Can't wait.
I know.
Perfect. And Pikachu, what move did you take? Oh, I can't wait to see
That's the biggest
you kill
baby
someone
in the
with it.
world. I love that fucking cat. Look at him.
So good. So good. All right. Well, I think that's all the shared moves, I believe. Once tell me, yeah, no, I'm correct. All right. So that I think that leaves doing the dang thing. Just about. So final moments, going once, twice, and thrice. All right, before we start, gamers, I just wanted to remind you that I love you. Say it back.
Love you.
I love you.
All right. So then I entreat everyone back to Ackerman, a place we have long wished to revisit since last Saturday. Partially, of course, because it has come to this beautiful apex of a moment nearing the end of these introductions. Of course, Gemma, Valeria, both introducing themselves. Gemma receiving their favor. Ystira, Valnorax also showing up to claim Ystira as their favor. Current, you have been, of course, there's been this grand sweeping, very large moment of an assassination about to unfold before you. But I think there is a small gleaning that you're picking up on that, like, even though some people have like doubled up favors and all that stuff, you are the only attendant so far to not be directly delivered a person. And that kind of that realization is gnawing at you a bit, but that gnawing can certainly be quieted by the absolute murderous energy of the scene about to unfold before you. Of course, Ampara grandly turned the rabbit that Winona and Brian had captured, which Brian had so deftly sung to repel, which is a memory I will never forget. Just singing to Simpira to lure her closer. I loved it. No notes. So after luring Simpira to her, throwing her in a box, keeping her for a couple of hours, delivering her onto Ampara, and realizing that Ampara has brought her here as the Jolt. The shock among shocks to set off his entire dinner as dawn rises on this event. We have almost the entire guest list gathered. Ystira has been called forward, offering to be the new leader of Isis Fidelity, who slaughters Simpira, because she certainly wasn't going to let Gemma or Nakia take on that heat. Of course, Ystira is the assassin. She's going to step forward for this task. She walked to Malaya Pira and treated him to provide an axe of worthiness for this moment, and it has been conjured, this beautiful spectral axe that is the size of this little furbolg thing. And we come back to Ystira having pulled this axe back, ready to arc it over her shoulder and end this life. Looking around, you can see a mixture of glances from ravenously interested to passively bored. My first question for all of you tonight is if there are any conspirators looking around to get a feeling for everyone as they watch this scene. I have two questions. what are you doing your best to show in this moment, and what are you keeping inside? Who wants to go first?
I can. If I can give a sidelong glance at Valyria and Nakia to do like a quick temp check on them as well, I will. But I think like Gideon is trying to not express at all. Like not look happy, not look sad, like literally like trained neutrality. I think inside Gideon feels a little disgusted at this. I know we all wanted to kill Sampira, but even we chose sort of another option, and sure, it was because of a lack of opportunity to murder. But I think there's like a difference between like a fight and then like an execution and also like at a party. It's not even like I'm literally saying what I said before show. Surprise everyone behind the scenes, but it's it's like there's like, okay, this evil person, we're gonna execute her, and then there's like, let's kill her, wee! And this feels like that second one, and I think Gideon is grossed out by it. But I also feels unable to stop this from happening. Politically, power-wise, like moves-wise, like and also because like this is something Ystir is doing, and I don't want to like fuck up her shit, so I feel very helpless and grossed out. But also it's Sampira, so I don't know. Yeah.
I think Brian has a moment where she actually tries to like seek out Gideon's eye line. Like she just tries to like kind of like check in with Gideon, because I think Brian somewhat belatedly, partially because of her threatening Valnorax, and also partially because of like the surprise of seeing Sampira, at first doesn't like put things together. But I think her first thought is like, what if she dies? What happens to me and Morrow and Ystira, all of whom have very thick magical ties with Sampira? And I think the only person that Brian like would think to seek out in that moment is Gideon, especially since Morrow is not there. She doesn't like outwardly, I don't think that there's anything else other than that like quick like dart of her eyes towards Gideon and then back to what's happening. But that's kind of what's going on in her mind, is that like very self-centered kind of like, but what does this actually mean for me and the people that I care about kind of moment.
I think Gwynonna is trying to, channel the same energy on the outside as Gideon, like very stone-faced, like not trying to give away any sort of expression because she doesn't want anybody to read into that expression, because she knows she's also being watched by some monsters. But inside she is terrified. And still feeling like pretty insecure, doesn't know that like, with the way that this is going down, would she be able to protect her friends if something else were to happen, if need be, because everybody around is so powerful, and right now she's kind of questioning that power. So
yeah, absolutely.
I think that right now Current is feeling a mixture of like, this isn't right, and like anger, because it's like when we had come to the agreement that Sampira needed to be killed, it was because she was wielding this immense power that she had in a very toxic way, and right now she is being kind of displayed before us in a very powerless position, and it's almost like it's like being served up a dish instead of what the meaning was behind us taking her life. But they are like trying to be very stoic, not again, like kind of like Gideon, not showing either way, either, displeasure or pleasure.
Yeah.
I don't think Kalen's really feeling much because he has no idea who this person is. He's like a little bit I I guess a little bit surprised considering Anpara said, "Hey, no violence," and then like the first thing he wants to do is to have somebody kill somebody else. So he's just like, well, "That seems a little hypocritical," but
Yeah. Don't it?
I guess I don't really know how I feel about this.
Well, it's very reminiscent of your mother. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna have a good night.
It's so early for mommy issues, and yet
And yet,
we did start the night with MILF Manor, so I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so you are all very controlled in this moment. I think there is Brian, this like growing sense of fear that like your shit's about to get fucked. If you would like to do a preventative roll to defy disaster to kind of like safeguard yourself before as this event that you're worried is going to happen, be ready to like take on what is about to happen, right? I welcome you to do so.
Okay, so with defy disaster, you can pick the approach. Brian doesn't have charm or social insight, so that certainly won't be the one that she does that with.
Right, I think it'd be spirit, right? You're like trying to magically
so too,
ready
just
yourself.
Like the willpower of it, which I don't have a modifier
Right.
for spirit, so everyone please pray.
First roll of the night. What are we looking at? So excited. A 7. A 7 to 9 on defy disaster. Go ahead and read that for us.
Okay, so hold on. Every single time I try to roll, multiverse closes the thing and it makes me sad. Okay. All right, so when you push your limits to achieve something extraordinary that's not covered by another move or to avert an imminent danger to yourself or someone else, say what you're willing to sacrifice and pick your approach.
You're trying to magically guard yourself.
Yeah, so I'm trying to magically guard myself. I'm trying to think of what I would be willing to sacrifice here.
I think the most you would maybe perhaps sacrifice in this moment is your visage of like, this is fine.
Like my outward appearance of like everything's cool.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so I think I'm willing to sacrifice my my like outward appearance. So yeah, and then okay, so then on a 7 to 9, the GM will offer you a hard choice or success with a sacrifice.
Yeah, I think in this moment you are like beginning to get really worried that something bad is about to happen to you. I think like the only thing that kind of overwhelms your sense of like self-preservation is if like big magic is about to happen to you, you need to be as close to someone who loves you with also big magic. And so those two people would probably be, obviously Winona's growing a magical ability, but Winona does not have nearly enough control over it as Gideon or Current does. I think if you can get to either one of them and tether yourself to them, you'll be much safer as you underwent this, but it would be a show of cowardice.
Yeah, okay, hold on. I'm just gonna like literally just like dart over to Gideon and just like slip my hand into hers.
I hold your hand looking concerned immediately.
I think when she's next to, like, she hasn't like changed her facial expression, I don't think, but I think you can feel her shaking a little bit.
Naked concern on my face, mask on, just literally like complete head turn concern.
Yeah, and Gideon, your head turns as this concern drops on your face, and as you turn, you hear a strike of thunder ring across the sky. And at that first sign of thunder, Anpara yells, "Stop!" Just as Ystera began to swing. She nearly throws herself off her entire balance, like stopping herself from swinging a very large axe. This big arcing moment, like it comes just like 45 degrees away from Sinpira's neck, and the thunder rings out again. Now, as this thunder rings, Anparas just smiles as the storm picks up in intensity, politely, but with also a sense of bemusement. You notice a few of the Iron Eater Enclave members bristle slightly and focus their attention on the grinning god. Suddenly, there is a strike of pure black lightning right in the very center of this dais, merely feet away from Brine, Ystira, Gemma, Chintrix. This lightning strike that sets all your hairs on standing. And in that single bright yet dark flash that leaves your eyes feeling like they had just viewed a near eclipse, a new god is standing before you. Yes, it is none other than see, as statuesque as the other god in this dais, you watch Anpara for the first time since you've laid eyes on someone. Since you've laid eyes on him, he is regarding someone who he considers an equal. Abyssa, the goddess of death, of the unknown, of mercy, stands before the merciless god. If he was a golden statue, she was the spinning top of a music box. As depicted in the ancient texts you've read and studied, she stands perpetually on her toes, an ethereal grace that feels also like a monster perpetually ready to pounce on their prey. On her toes, she stands slightly taller than Anpara, but her dusty rose skin seems almost muted against the radiant shimmer of Anpara's exposed chest. She is adorned in equal parts performance and battle. Her adornments fit those of a ballerina, but made of the rich metals seen of a battlefield. Underneath the rigid skirt that extends out like a horizon from her waist, you see a gathered magical darkness with tiny stars floating in it, as if the skirt itself is cloaking this darkness from the rest of the sky. No longer are there two pigtails extending from either side of her head, entangling with her horns, like was in line with the ancient text you've read. Now there's a shattered horn, fractured and broken off near the base, and her hair has been shaved to match, the side with her shattered horn completely bare. The remaining hair is loose and unkempt, flowing gently in the air, unrestrained by the gravity you're bound to. And it is no longer violet. Now it is black. Her scythe hovers next to her, ever obediently, ever a part of her, and crafted of pure obsidian and godhood. You'd have to get much, much closer to see the stars embedded in the darkness of her blade. But as the myth goes, if you see those stars, you have already been consigned to death. So, this god just lands in front of the lot of you, ever shimmering blade. And the silence of two radiant powers coming to immediate clash emanate out from the center of this dais. Abyssa and Anpara gazing at each other across from someone consigned to something that is not quite mercy, but is very much death. she has appeared in time to claim her domain. And Ampara takes a few beats, just breathing her in, looking her up and down. There is a superiority to this glance. He, unlike the rest of you, have a memory of her in her most godlike form. And this is gnarled and broken and disheveled and hurting. There is power there. And because of that, after a long moment, Ampara kind of laughs, holds out his hands, and says, "Oh, well, this Ysera, you will no longer be needed as the person I was hoping would delight us with this has just arrived." And he waves his hand, and the giant spectral axe that Ysera was wielding completely just turns to stardust. These glimmers of sunlight that get dispersed amongst the wind. As this moment is playing out, are any of my heroes entreating to anything, doing anything?
Did he just imply he wants Abyssa to now kill Simpira, or is he just
Yes, he did.
Okay. I know we had some quiet scheming in our cast channel. That's all I'll say because it's not my thing. But just ringing that bell. Now's a good time to do that. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's the perfect time to do that. Actually,
I've not read these messages. I'm very excited.
I think Kern is going to do something. Kern is actually going to use my walk to a different song move.
Oh shit!
And that move is, you've learned to wield a bit of the magical energies of this world in the same way that you wield your sacred weapon. You may change your appearance to anything you like with as much or as little detail of your choosing. For this to work, however, it has to have been someone or something that you were once in love with. So I am actually going to choose the form of monarch and walk up to where Abyssa is at.
Oh my god! Yeah, what does this magic look like?
I think that it's a lot of like, if you can imagine, like maybe what the dust of like ground up crystals would look like, kind of shimmering, kind of cloud, like halfway between cloud and that, and it's swirling around me. And as that happens, I am like changing into monarch's form as I walk. Kind of like, okay, do you remember the scene from Brandy's Cinderella as she is turning into?
Well, you know I do. Absolutely.
We're given that. As I walk up to Abyssa and regard her with much respect.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, you're you're walking into the ring. I love this. Okay. So, I will, I wish I knew how to give you Monarch's little, I can assign to current. What happens if I do that?
What happens?
Can you use it now? But if you left click, can you control Monarch's body? We're learning. We're learning, we're growing.
Oh, wait.
Perfect.
I
Yes,
like
right.
the current spectral form is just lingering.
That's my trick. I'm still actually standing by Gideon.
Slightly off stage left. Perfect. Done.
Oh,
all right. Yeah.
God.
So you this magical transformation kind of picks up as you take on this new form, and then step forward to enter this arena of like a conversation between gods. Do you wait for one of them to acknowledge you, or do you set the tone right away?
I will wait until I am acknowledged.
Okay. Yeah, so Anpara like kind of like dismisses Ystira's weapon, and Ystira, very well trained in this world, immediately takes like 6 steps back and makes sure she doesn't land anywhere near Discord. Just very, as best as she can, retreats off into the distance because she is the best at being in the room, but no one remembering she was. So after she retreats, it truly is 3 gods left in this arena. All pretty dang tall, and all just crackling with magic energy. Now in this moment, Abyssa like looks across to Anpara and says, "You want me to kill her?" And Anpara goes, "I would. Yes, I would love that. It's just, we're going to kill her anyways. And everyone here has been," oh, he looks down at Samphira and says, "Is mistreated the right word? Mistreated by Samphira, and after a centuries-long legacy of just abundant harm, we've decided to bring that to a close. And since it's happening anyways, why not have the only person who can bring her a painless death do it? Aren't you the god of mercy?" And then I think like it's at this moment that you're kind of getting closer into this circle current. And Anpara looks over to you, magic form changed, and his mouth sets into this very severe like grimace that is, he is kind of entreating to come off as a smirk as he stares across at you and says, "Do you have something to say?"
Yes, but it actually wasn't to you first. And I'm going to turn to Abyssa. Forgive me if this is an overstep, but since we're speaking on mercy, wouldn't it make sense for us to look at the facts, which is that Samphira's life was supposed to be put to an end to bring mercy. So if taking her life was because of mercy, and what we're doing right now is taking her life in the absence of mercy, what does that matter then? If mercy isn't even present and that was the reason to begin with.
At that point, Anpara bites out, "Say it plainly then, Monarch. What are you asking for?"
Not much, Anpara, but I did come to realize that I seem to be one of the only ones here that wasn't bestowed a guest as a party favor. As the person who is not only a member of ISIS Fidelity, but also the one who motioned to remove Samphira from power in the first place, all I'm asking is for a party favor of my own, if that pleases you.
"A party favor of your own." Well, Current, you need only have asked. I am a generous and kindly host. You wouldn't think that I would leave you out, would you? No. I have who you're looking for, even if you don't know it yet. And Anpara lifts his hand up, and from the water around you rises this unconscious form, just plucked out of the water like a rag doll. And and he then casts his hand like this, And in that moment, your party favor is granted to you. This, yeah, this is great. I love how this is going. Coming to kind of crash and burn in front of you, this equally tall body comes just collapsing onto the ground. This body that you have never seen, you don't know, they don't look like anyone you know. You have no fucking idea who this is, but this is an unconscious body on the ground. And Ampara goes, I'm sorry it's a little wet, but there's your favor.
And this is, I can't help but wonder, since everybody else that received their party favors seemed to know them, be connected to them in some sort of way.
Yes. Yes, well you know them very well, to say the least. And I am looking forward to seeing your reacquaintancing.
That's all fine and well, but I do still have my remaining requests, and I would like to defy disaster in this moment to try to get what I want.
No, I don't think this is quite a defy disaster. I think
No?
this is an because a disaster is something you're reacting to, right? In this moment, you are advocating for something, and to me, that sounds more like an enticement. 100%.
Okay, yeah, then I would like to entice.
All right, so go ahead and roll that.
Um, six. I would like to. Okay, so if I wanted to use my inspiration, is it just adding another d6?
Oh yeah, just roll another d6 and we'll add it to there. That'd
Okay.
be a good time to use it, I think.
A 10.
A 10. Lucky duck. Okay. All right. So with a 10, gain a string on them, and they choose one from below, which they can get flustered and awkward, promise something that they think you want, or give in to desire. Which in this moment I would consider giving into your direct desire, because we're kind of stretching that move a little bit. So. Beautiful. So Ampara, looks at you, and both of you are acutely aware of every eye here, right? Discords, Valnoraxes, Valerias, right? Like Malaya Pira's, there are some very powerful eyes on this moment right now, and they are all dead fucking silent. And Ampara goes, well, hard be it me to deny such a new god all their new wanting with their new power. What would please you most, then? Entreat Sinpira into your custody and let all these people direct their anger at her actions onto you? I'll happily do that if that is what this god wishes.
Well, as I see it, if you were to do that, the matter would be out of your hands and out of your worry. So it works out for you either way. It's not the first time I've had gods and other people upset at me. I'm not saying that Simpira gets to live out her life. Just for now.
For now, then. Anpara takes a few steps forward and reaches down and grabs the nape of like Simpira's hair and pulls her back forward again. And reaches down and grabs this like small vial off of her waist. And says, "For now, then," as he pockets it.
Okay. Cool.
And then, and then in the moment says, "But I hope you understand, I could not let someone who did so much harm just run amok around my palace. As she is in your custody, I have your consent to keep her in my dungeons throughout the rest of my party?"
I'd call that fair.
And you know I love fair. And in a flash of like sunshine, Simpira is gone. Let any one of my sprites or Enclave members know if you wish to see your charge throughout my stay.
I appreciate that, Umpire. And your understanding.
I am always so understanding of gods claiming their domain. Now, if you are here in this moment entrenched in such godhood, Monarch, I do not wish to offend your sensibilities by sending you to live with, well, fair mortals. He looks off at the mortal kind, just like, I'm sorry if that was mean. I'm going to continue talking. Should I change your arrangements immediately to have you stay with the other gods as well? Maleapira would be more than happy to keep you to a happy time while you are here.
I am going to choose to retreat from my monarch form and look at Empire and say, no, that's all right. You sent me to stay with family. And go walk back over to Gideon.
I love that for us. All right. Yeah, you go ahead. As you are actually rooming with Trist, I will say. So that is Trist and Gemma right now.
Ooh.
You have been sent to standby. If that changes your answer at all, I want to give you a chance to.
It does not.
Okay, great, perfect. Well, yeah. So you head back. You head back into line. How is everyone else doing as this moment has been unfolding?
Concern in my blood changing hands. I'll say it. There's some concern.
Yeah.
I think Gideon just like raises an eyebrow, but doesn't react. But I'm going to clock that you do have my blood for sure.
Yes.
Question. Does Brian know about the blood vial? I can't recall.
That was 100 years ago. I don't know. We'll
Do
say
we think
yes.
she
Yes.
does?
Gideon
Okay.
got
I feel like-
really
I feel like
drunk
Gideon
one
told
night and
us.
cried
Yeah,
about
I
it
feel like
real
Gideon told
hard.
us. I think I
That's what I
mentioned
remember
it.
too. Was Gideon was like, and then she took a vial of my blood, and Brian was like, "She what?"
She what?
Yeah. So I think when that happens, I think Brian like has been kind of like slowly squeezing Gideon's hand harder and harder through this whole situation, and then when that happens, it's like she's just like digging her fingernails like into Gideon's hand because she's very stressed about that.
Can I telepathically to Brian just very calmly go, everything's going to be okay. We just have to be quiet.
What does your mind smell like again? I forgot.
Cherry pie.
That's right. Okay, so
That's a
Brian
great
gets this,
sentence.
like this whiff of cherry pie, and just kind of like I think Gideon like can feel her like take a very deliberate deep breath and like start to slowly unclench her fingers.
Okay. Good. I'm just trying to calm Brian down a bit. It's like Sampir is not about to die. We saw the blood change hands, but it's fine. And I think also Gideon has like approval, like shown approval of like Current. There's like a little smile on Gideon's face as Current's doing all of that. Very, very impressed by Current in this moment. This Gideon's expression outwardly.
Would anyone like to declare smitten on anyone so far? Just real quick check-in. Okay. All right. Just want to make sure we weren't missing it. Is anyone else doing, thinking, saying anything in this moment?
Also freaking out that Abyss is here. Not to talk way too much, but...
oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, am I allowed to roll for emotional support for Brian if I'm like calming her down and squeezing her hand? Is that allowed?
Yeah, let's read the rules of emotional support because we have not done it yet. So let's take a moment to so it's
Here.
Yeah, it's technically defined as offering support to someone in a way that could be meaningful to them.
I would consider the physical like steadiness combined with the like very calm, like it's gonna be okay, like from Gideon. I think that does mean a lot to Brian, because I think that is something that Brian has a hard time conceiving of in these moments. And so having somebody else like say that to her, especially somebody that she trusts to like handle their shit, would be very meaningful for her.
So if I may roll, I'm gonna roll heart. Because from my heart to yours, I am telling you it's going to be okay. Let's see. That is a 7.
All
so
right.
7 to 9. If Brian, you choose to like open up to me or let yourself be comforted, you get to choose one. You either clear a condition, mark XP, get +1 forward, or gain insight about an obstacle facing you.
So are you telepathically opening up while this is happening?
It says, or allow yourself to be comforted. So I think
beautiful.
Brian taking the deliberate, like actively like taking a couple of deep breaths and like lessening the intensity of her grip on Gideon's hand is like her way of being like, okay.
So yeah, it says a person might open up by spilling their life story or by shedding a silent tear and leaning against their friend's shoulder. Whatever feels meaningful to characters is fair play. Yeah, no, okay.
Yeah, so I think that would count for sure.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, and I think like it being like a very like public show of vulnerability to those who are attentive, that's definitely what makes it count for me. So which of these things are you doing, Brian?
I think I'm gonna go ahead and clear the frightened condition.
Okay. Oh. And what conditions do you have left?
Insecure and angry.
Perfect. Whoever else has conditions, please share them with us at this moment for chat to glean.
I know Nona's still insecure.
Yeah.
Kaylin is loading the page. Guilty and insecure.
Woo! I forgot you had 2. Love that. What a banger. Perfect. All right. Any other visceral reactions to this moment?
I guess Curtin is wondering how I'm going to get this strange man who seems to be unconscious and on the floor.
I'll let you know going forward that this character uses they them pronouns and is non-binary. Just to metagame a little bit, just so everyone knows, we don't need any misgendering before they wake up. Yeah, so I think that like you're kind of like staring at the body, and Ampara definitely like picks up on this in this moment and says, you know, I've always found unconscious to be rather uninteresting, and waves his hand, and like it almost looks like there's this like force of pressure that slams down on this person's chest as like they cough up this ton of water in this moment as they sit up. And with just these like very like what the fuck? But like very like slow and steadied eyes look around to take everything in. And Anpara says, "Good morning, Lunorin. It's time you take your place with the person who has come to claim you, Monarch." And their head snaps to look at you. And if you want to try and figure out a person in this moment, otherwise their
would
like
love to.
expression is going to be very kind of like measured.
Yeah, I would love to figure out a person. An 8.
An 8. So you may ask 2 questions from the list now or later. No, so you may ask 2 questions now or later in the scene, but they may ask one of you.
Yes.
I'm going to hold on to mine for a while.
Okay.
And these are all going to be, these answers are going to be things that you can like glean from physicality in this moment. So make sure that you are asking questions that you feel you can gain the most answers with, given that. But yes, please go for it.
Let's see. Okay, here's my figure out a person. Okay, I was just looking at my specific questions, but we are not currently in physical conflict. So I'm going to ask, how do I get them to open up to me?
Okay. Yeah, so first question, I guess my first is like, is that the first one you're like kind of trying to glean in this moment, right? Like trying to see like where your like best avenue for entry is?
Yeah, because I think like the look that was given to Curran, Curran immediately went into like, oh my God, I cannot read this person. I don't know. Is this good? Is this bad?
Yeah. And then are you going to hold on to your second question?
Yeah, I think I'm going to hold on to that second one.
So yeah, with this question, how could I get you to open up to me? I think that they like look over at you and there's like this initial look of shock because you do not look like what they think you are going to look like. There is there's a almost bitter excitement to like how fast their head snaps. There is this unexplainable anger. And that anger is like set in their face. But their eyes are just awash with this fair tempest of emotion. And I think you, in this moment, realize that there is a world of history there. And I think the answer here is getting them to open up means embracing and exploring that history. So, Anpara looks to Lunorin and says, well, you may go stand by Monarch now. And Lunorin just like silently like stands from the sitting position that they were in and comes to put their very tall form over here amongst all the other tall folks. But like brushes past you without saying anything. But like when they get close to you, there is like this crackle of honestly magic to you, Current. And Lunorin goes to standing slightly behind Current, and their eyes begin to like gaze over the crowd as they are once again trying to breathe every pivotal moment about this in. And they're like, Gideon, their eyes glaze right over you, right? They just pass over everyone until they land on you, Winona. And there was this immediate recognition from Valnorax last session. And now you know enough to know the same taste of that. Their eyes kind of flare, and their lips set a little bit tighter. Go ahead and take a string on Lunorin.
Okay.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
I'm gonna mark that somewhere.
So after this moment, there is another like crackle of that very intense, like charged silence. As Anpara then like holds his hands out to his guests, and you can tell that like there's a little bit of anger here now because Jolt has not gone exactly how Anpara pictured, and that's a pretty big fucking problem for him. And I think though you got what you want, we were originally at 4 out of 8 on the decorum level, but it is shifting now to a from the, oh gosh, I always forget which way is which. If it's this way. Yes, so we are going to go ahead and take this down to 5. We're increasing it, right? We're increasing hostility. That's how I need to remember it. We are going to move the decorum level up to a 5, which means that partygoers are now going to be quick to isolate into trusted groups moving forward until something is done to change the vibe of the party and the very angry god that is running it. So with this moment kind of crackling in the air, Anpara letting you all sit in the silence because he can, right? Everyone knows that they should fucking not be talking right now. But he is just slowly surveying everyone. And after this long moment, you can see he lifts this very tall hand and waves inward. And for those of you who turn to look, you see Fang pick up this tray of drinks and like spin it. And when he spins it, 2 trays pop up on either side of it. So now he is carrying 3 trays of drinks, all different. And it is then that Anpara goes to regard you all. Anpara is about to greet you all. And kind of set the tone. Is there anything that anyone would like to do before that happens? Once, twice, thrice. All right.
Are the
Yes,
drinks being passed out for us to drink before Anpara speaks?
During. So I will tell you about them when we get close.
Okay.
So with this, you are all hope you're all doing well. You are you are watching as this god makes individual eye contact with every single one of you. It is hard to distill what this kind of what this look is, but it is a very like intimate moment when he looks into your eyes. It's very like piercing, and there's this long silence while this happens, and barely anyone is moving, and the Iron Eater Enclave seem inhumanly still. Yes, Kaylin.
Would you say this moment would be a like kind of a bit of tension in the air?
Yes, I do. I would say that.
Okay. Kaylin might just as he's fairly close to Anpara, might approach and say, I would love to take this moment to perform for you all, as he would like to put on a show.
Yes, okay. Anpara, like his eyes widen, and he says, well, if we can't have a mercy killing, we might as well have a future king stop for a moment and serenade us all. What do you say? And there's like polite applause from the Iron Eater Enclave. Who is participating in this polite applause? Who's participating in the polite applause? Yes. Perfect. Okay, yeah. So like Anpara like sees this this applause, and during this you can see that he kind of nods to Abyssa to go stand with the other gods, and she does so. And Anpara then turns to you, Kaylin, and says, well, seems the floor is yours. Please entreat us.
And so Kaylin will pull out a variety of instruments and perform a song, kind of like, you know, how people sometimes perform songs about what's happening in the moment, but like less tensiony and more fun, right?
Sure.
So like talking about, hey, you know, grateful for Anpara for throwing this party, and oh, how cool it is to like meet all these people and all of that. That's the kind of the gist of his.
Absolutely. And can you give me like a genre? Like what instruments are we talking about?
Something pop-y. So, you know.
Oh man. Yeah.
Yeah. Like a pop song.
I love that. Okay.
And so when Kaylin uses put on a show and performs for audience, he rolls plus heart. On a 10 plus, I get to choose 2. On a 7 to 9, I choose 2 and then give a string to someone present, and then anything below is a downbeat. So
I love to see it. Let's entreat a little moment, shall we?
I got a 9.
Ah, a 9.
I get to choose 2 and give a string to someone present. Katie May, who in this group would potentially be the most maybe interested, or the most like even put off by the fact that like maybe Kaylin wanted to interrupt this moment with a song or something like that?
People who would be either into it or perturbed by it, is what you were looking for. Okay, yeah. I won't tell you which is which unless you would like me to. People who would be perturbed and or into it: Thievius, Trist, Malaya Pira. I think also probably Anpara. Right, Corvin. I'm gonna put those down.
Corvin, okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Corvin can take a string on me. Let's give Corvin a string on me.
Okay.
little Corvin.
Interesting. All right.
What does Corvin? I look to Corvin to see his reaction. Turns.
Are you telepathically communicating with him, or are you just turning and looking?
I'm just turning and looking.
Hold on, let me see how many strings he has on you to see if he I don't think he's going to try and convince you to. No, he's fine. He's very magical. He can do this. He telepathically communicates with you. He's trying to keep he has a very polite smile. But he telepathically communicates to you, and he says, the last time that Kaylin did this, two people who were in love with him got in a fight outside. It was all anyone could talk about for weeks.
That's incredible.
Silently smiled.
I also get to choose 2 of my 3 options here.
Yes.
Which are make a good impression and take +1 going forward, inspire someone and give them +1 going forward, unleash your emotions and remove a condition. So I'm definitely going as far as one of them, going to remove a condition. And then I will ask my fellow PCs if anybody is feeling particularly inspired by Kaylin's song.
It's a good question.
Brian has disassociated.
Valid.
I think the cutting of tension, I don't know if inspired's the word, but I am relieved you've done this and it has landed. Like I am really like admiring your gusto to be like, oh, the vibe's bad. The party meter is going bad. Let's try and inch it towards going back down to neutral. Let's work on it.
So Gideon gets +1 going forward.
Oh. Ooh.
All right, perfect. Yeah, I also think this song, I'll go ahead and say that on this successful beat, it is enough to even out the tides of this party decorum for now. So tell me like how you finish the song. There's another round of applause varying from inspired to polite to hateful. There's all of it's there. And after that moment on Parsis, Kaylin, what a beautiful gift you've given all of us. I have never been to a party of my own where I am surprised at my own jolt.
A jolt. That's the definition, right? It's kind of like a surprise. So there you go. Just following along with the theme of the party.
So true. Well, and then he kind of like gestures for you to like get off the stage. And looks out at everyone now and says, well, we have just the most beautiful, profound, important 6 courses ahead of us, and this one is not quite at its close yet. But before we do, I need to make sure that my guests are being so dearly taken care of while they are here. And the first thing to do is to make sure that everyone is just plumb pleased with their rooming arrangements. So, as it stands, Malayapira, you have been given the honor of hosting our dear gods. Yes, Discord and Abyssa will be under your stead and joined by... Did I forget Clove? I am so sorry. He snaps and Clove appears like in a confused stupor directly next to Discord. He says, there we are. Malayapira, you will be in charge and keeping of Discord. And dear Abyssa, who, by the way, I am so pleased, so thankful you have joined us. As for our next Iron Eater Enclave member, Trist. Trist will be in charge of the care and keeping of my dear, dear guests, Gemma, Vario, and Monarch. And of course, well, Lunoran will obviously be staying with you, Current, but Gemma, you do share your party favor with Valnorax. And Valnorax kind of straightens up in this moment and says, and Ampara continues with, now I am so pleased and so dearly thankful that both of you, kind souls that you are, have appeared to save your favor. But that does mean your favor now gets to pick who she will stay with. Ystira, where would you like to reside during my lovely feast? Without even thinking, Ystira goes, I will be staying with Valnorax. And she wordlessly crosses over and comes to stand at Valnorax's side. And in this moment, Brian, what's on the face? Tell me what's going on.
Brian has gone stiff as a fucking board. Just there's nothing.
Yeah. And you are like this stiff board in this moment, and it is almost enough that leaves you without catching the fact that Ampara, as Ystira has crossed, is looking at you and grinning.
I think she'll meet Ampara's gaze and just holds it with this
Absolutely.
same like stiff expression.
Absolutely. Now, yeah, and I think that like it is very seamless for Ampara to fit this into every other like saccharine grin of his, and it's very hard for anyone else who is probably not paying attention for you to catch it. Winona, are you standing over by your friends? Have you moved?
Yeah, Brian wanted me to come hang out, so I decided to go hang out.
Okay.
During Caitlin's performance, Brian did a little.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Sure. All right, so Ampara then looks back to Trist and says, that means that Trist will be in charge of the care and keeping of Gemma, Current, and Lunoran. Now, as for Thievius, you will all be staying in Thievius's lovely village, one of my favorite places on my palace grounds. And Thievius, you will be in charge of the care and keeping of Valyria and her favor Nakia, and Gideon and Brine. So funny that I find you standing in between the two people who can claim you as favor. Now, Winona, though you are standing very fondly with your friends now, I am happy to provide you with the knowledge that it will be Fife who is in charge of your care and keeping while you are here. Now, Brine, this does leave you as being two favors is the same as Ystira of choosing who you would like to stay with.
Does she know who else is staying in each wing, or no? Ampara hasn't revealed that, right?
Like they have all been like sent to stand by who they're rooming with.
Right. Okay. Because I think sorry. I think realistically, if she can't be in physical proximity to Ystira, she's going to want to be in physical proximity to her dad, especially because she has no idea what's going on with Ozzel. But since that information is not available to her,
where your dad is? Your dad is up in like a wing, and you assume like he's not a favor. You can probably entreat him being wherever you'd particularly like him to be.
Gotcha. Okay. Since Gideon has friends over here, or people that are not gods, I think Brian is going to go with Winona.
How do you announce that?
I think she like genuinely just looks up at Gideon and says that I don't want to leave Nona alone, you know?
And I don't want to be around you and Nakia at the same time, so thank you.
Am I controlling you, Stira? Help me.
What are you doing? I don't know why you've done this. I can't help you.
I fixed it.
Thank God. God, I need to take away your GM powers again. All right. Yeah, so Ampara's just looks pleased as punch with this one too. And then can
Where's Corvin staying? Do we know where Corvin's staying?
well we'll get there. And then so then Ampara then looks to Limericks and says, Limericks, of course, you will be in charge of the care and keeping of our dear Valpione and Ystira and our other fair friends, King Kalen and Corvin. And Corvin just kind of like slides across to stand over here as well. Do you say anything to Corvin when you guys kind of reunite in front of Limericks?
I think I just say, because I haven't. Was he up in the room with us in the tower, or this is the first time he was up there?
Yeah, you just didn't talk to him.
I didn't talk to. Oh yeah, great. Yeah, yes, exactly. Hey, bud, how's it going?
It's great. Is the most he says to you. And then Ampara looks to, and last, certainly not least, Fife. Oh, those of you who are staying with Fife are going to get to stay in the most beautiful housing I think we might have to offer. Fife has been the last, oh man, how long has it been since we've crossed across Acramon from the wilds? A few hundred years. You have had a few hundred years to turn those towering mushrooms, and there are these huge mushroom towers off in the distance that were by the entrance, that are beautiful with these shining like clear glass windows peering inside of it, and it's truly like it is stunning. You will be staying with Fife in our academic wing that includes our libraries, our research stations, all of the above. Of course, staying there will be Winona and Brine and Chintrix. And that, my dear friends, is our arrangements, but I do want to take a moment to visit a somewhat serious topic. Yes, I open my humble home to everyone who might entreat onto it, but this is a very important party, and I do believe very important things will happen here. It is for that very reason that I must demand that each and every guest announce any additional attendees that they have brought onto palace grounds. They will be welcome to stay with you. But anyone who is not listed, I will consider a trespasser and allow the Enclave to handle.
I think Brian immediately just says that my father, Hugo, is still on palace grounds, and I'd like it if he could stay with us, please.
Oh, your father is so welcome here. And immediately after that, Valeria speaks up and says, I have brought one of my daughter's bodyguards, Emeloth, here as a necessary safekeeping method. As recently, one of my children has been cruelly kidnapped, and it is now of utmost importance that this family upholds safety as one of our primary goals.
Oh my god. I'll step forward. I'm like Molly Schaefer trying to remember everyone I brought.
I have a list if you'd like it.
Thank you. Like genuinely, I don't want Gideon to forget anyone.
Yeah. No, I can help you. I did I do have a list because there was a lot of additional guests. Your 4 potential guests are Chade, Morrow, Crovalone, Leoldrir, and Doxon. It is whether or not you announce. And Jasper, sorry. Yes, I didn't know who wanted to claim Jasper. But yeah, no, it is whether or not you would like to announce Doxon now, or perhaps let him show up if he plans on it, and perhaps entreat him as a trespasser and hope you can cover in time. It's truly your.
I'm going to use a little fairy trick loophole on Para's wordings, and it was that I did not bring Doxon onto palace grounds, so that means that I don't have to name him right now.
Sure.
So I'm not going to. That's
okay.
My logic. But yeah, Gideon steps forward and goes, "My father." They say that very loudly. Alan.
Is Alan your guest or Kaylin's guest? Because Kaylin brought Alan.
Oh, I just wanted to be bitchy to Valyria, but I can wait and let.
Don't worry, I got you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I like look at Kaylin as I say that, silently communicating that. I appreciate you letting me say that. So yeah, Gideon goes, "My father, Alan, Morrow Graham, Jade Edelman, Leoldrir, Crovalone," and then a pause. And they go, "And Jasper. Last name I forget.
Glass.
Jasper Glass." And I look over at Discord as I say that, because I know she's got some connections to that family.
Yes.
Fuck Discord. I want to know how Valyria feels about that.
I would like to know both, but I can only look at one. So I'm.
Yeah, one of those people is very purposefully worn a mask to this meeting. But yeah, I think like you see like this very like empathetic mom card that was just being played kind of gets snapped into this very like tight-faced, like keep it under control kind of moment as you start rattling off this list. At that point, Discord, without kind of moving, just goes, "I have a small faction of those devout to the Arcanic Church, and a member of the royal Osirov family whose identity must be preserved as secret at this time. And at that point, because Ampar looks like giddy at this information, right? And goes, of course. And then Gemma kind of like steps forward a little. And in that stepping forward, kind of takes like a few steps further down, closer to Ampara and farther away from Valyria. And it is at that point that Gemma says, "I have 2 prisoners, and they are prisoners. And those prisoners are Neov Vo and Mirafel Osmond, and their guard, Message and Vonos, as my guests, will be staying on my ship for their duration." It's this like strong, like biting moment.
Can I declare smitten with Gemma?
Please do. We resolve smitten at the end of the scene. I know this rule now. And Ampara takes a moment. Well, he literally like brings his hands up to his face like this. "Thank you for being so honest, Gemma. However, my question for you is why I would let guests stay in such unsuitable conditions, such as sleeping on a ship. No, I won't have that. Neov and Mirafel must be moved down to my own dungeons, and Jenny will receive accommodations with Gemma and Ampara's.
I would like to claim Mirafel and Neov as my guests, as they should have accompanied me to this party, and Gemma had so had so insert a really fancy word for something I can't think of, but she took them from me.
Inhospitably, cruelly.
There you go. Inhospitably took them from me, as they were supposed to come with me.
Do you have a string on Amparo this moment? Are you trying to influence with a string?
Yes. Do that.
Gotcha. Oh, yeah. No, delicious moment. Delicious. Yeah. So you have you like stepped forward?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, so you step forward and you say this, and Gemma like shoots a look, like the angriest look over at you.
That's okay. I'm not even looking at her. I'm looking at Valeria as I claim Mirafel to be staying with me.
Yeah, and I think that like at that point, Valeria does step forward and say, "Excuse me, if my daughter is going to be returned to anyone, it will not be some shirtless would-be king. It will be her mother."
Except that Mirafel had agreed to accompany me to the party. So I believe that therefore she would be my guest.
And Valeria, like, hateful eyes shoot like to you and then like back to Ampara. And I think that's where we're going to take our first break. Yes. Oh, man. Go refill your water, grab some snacks. Stay thirsty. We'll be back soon. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you've stayed thirsty. We, of course, have some very important things to visit very, very soon. But I noticed that we just hit worm status, and I would like to talk about a little update to the worms that we're doing. I think my new rule is that if we hit a worm and there are worms up there, we are going to use one in that moment. In that moment, no negotiations, worm use activated. So I would like to, in honor of this worm, I would like to, before we, of course, we're going to do this, and then we are going to resolve Smitten, and we're going to head back in. But for this worm right now, I would like to say to both Current, this worm is for you, and Brine, this worm is for you. You are watching an ally potentially be entered into a very disadvantageous position. You probably know that Gemma has brought these prisoners here to negotiate for her people's safety, and those very important like pawns are about to be sacrificed, and it could put Hawkmongress or Isis Fidelity in very, very real danger. For that reason, I am also going to offer a worm to Winona, should she help Gemma in this instance. So 3 worms are now fully on the table for any assistance to an ally member who is not a party member at this time. So those 3 worms are going to head up here to Gus. He's going to hold on to them, a polite little offering for the 3 of you. As a reminder, that is Current, Winona, and Brine. Now, we do have a Smitten to resolve before we head back into break. Head back in post break. What is that? What is that word? So
return from break.
I don't know. So let's resolve this Smitten, shall we?
Cool. So Brian declared smitten with Gemma. So I get to give Gemma a string on me, which I think brings Gemma up to 2 strings on me. Yeah, so Gemma now has 2 strings on me. And then I have to answer the question, what secret do you have that you think would make them reject you if they knew? And previously, I had declared smitten with Ystira, and the secret that I had was that Brian still had feelings for Gideon.
Yes.
So they're dormant. What secret would Gemma reject Brian for if she knew about it? I think Brian once intentionally sabotaged a mission to save someone that Gemma was trying to double cross.
Delicious. Okay.
I'm going to now write that down so that I don't forget that I said that.
Yes, please put it on our secret channel.
Yes.
I love that for us. Okay. Tasty, tasty, tasty. Yeah, so in this moment, of course, we've got these worms up here, and we are heading back in from break. The moment where we left off, of course, has Gemma, Valyria, and Kaylin all vying for the ownership of a child. Now, but the final openings to like throw your hat, opinion, anything in the ring.
I feel like I'm gonna X card the
That's so fine. The
that
temporary care and keeping of a child.
Yeah,
Thank you for doing that.
Yes.
The co-parent opportunity of a lifetime. The opportunity to take this child to Disney World. Whichever way you'd like to think about it. Thank you, and please remind us to mark XP for that at the end of the session. So as we're heading back in, we are opening it up. This is the final moment for you all to throw your hat in the ring before like a verdict is laid down on the table. Does anyone have a wish for that? Okay, great. So, all right. So after this long moment, Anpara looks at everyone who is standing in front of him. Tilts his head to the side and says, "Well, I must admit, this is not usually my element of arbitration. You see, I find it pretty that of petty trifling when we start getting into the weeds." He casts like a haha funny glance to you, Winona, because he's saying the words weeds and then looks back at the rest of the group. And I will admit, though the three of you are very impassioned, this is usually a thing I find very boring. And it is for those reasons that I will let the usual arbitrator of most conflict in the wilds come forward and speak. Maleipira, what say you? And at this point, Maleipira takes a few, comes on over to step in front of everyone. And looks out and stops at Gemma and asks, "Gemma, when you took this infant, whose care and keeping was it in?" And Gemma goes, "The Osirovs, yes." And then Maleapira looks to everyone and says, well, it seems to me if we condemn kidnapping in every concept, that we only restore things to its natural order. What was taking place before it took place? Kaelin, I grant you your guest.
Thank you.
At that point, Discord speaks up and says, well then, in righteous godhood, I so humbly request that Niavo, one of my citizens, be returned unto me, as so he would say and wish if you asked him.
You know, I don't
And-
think he would say that if you asked him.
Maleapira looks over to you, Kaelin, and says, you are not invited to disagree with gods here. I grant you your request. Niav is now Discord's guest. May this moment of simple arbitration be proof.
Well, I have a string on Discord. Ask me how I think I'm going to use that. I'm not really 100% sure at this moment, but
you
I'd like to
have
use
to be the one to be sure.
I'm looking.
Okay, you can ask your friends for help.
Yeah, okay, so I could so if I'm utilizing a string, then my option is, at least for an NPC, I can figure out what it would take to get them to do what I want.
Yes, and weaker
would
NPCs
be-
would just agree on principle, but
Sure,
you are not
but
talking to those.
obviously Discord is not going to, right?
Mhm.
I could try to perhaps maybe defy disaster, and then if need be, use the string to add to my roll.
Okay.
I think those are my options.
I was gonna say I
Ah.
can try to help entice Anpara in the same way Current did earlier, but I don't know if that'd be any better. If it was, because I also have a string on Anpara I would use to help you here if you need me to. I don't know. Do you want to go first? And if you fuck up, maybe I can jump in.
Sure, yeah, let's try. Yeah, let's
Is
try
that how
that.
that works? I don't
let's
know.
do that. Let's do that. Okay, let me click on defy disaster. Okay. So okay, so I have to say what I'm willing to sacrifice and then pick my approach. I mean, I think that Kaelin is willing to sacrifice, like, clearly his reputation, I guess, or his standing, I guess, at this, right? Because he's like clearly defying multiple people, high up people at this moment.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of like risking his own position, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And he will I think he'll probably roll plus heart for charm. So let's try that. And then, okay, so on a 10 plus, I do a style 7 to 9. I get a hard choice or success with a sacrifice. Oh, okay, so I get a 5. So even if I spent the string on Discord, I would only get a 6, which is not going to do anything for me. Okay.
Yeah, thinking about what more we could do. Someone could utilize a string on you. Take this moment to speak up in your favor and also add 1 to your roll if anyone has a string on you and would like to do so. And those two things in tandem would take you to a 7, but I believe that is the only possibility.
I do have a string on Kalen and would not mind speaking up on his behalf.
Well, you're a god, so your voice in this situation would certainly be heard. So Kaylin, go ahead and say what you do to start this convincing, and then we will hear how Current steps in to show up for you.
Okay. Well, I was able to spend a good amount of time with Niav on our trip down here, and we became really close. So I think that Niav would choose to come and stay with me instead of staying with Discord, especially considering, the status that I would potentially hold in Kurthis.
And what status is that? Remind me.
That would be a member of the royal family.
And now you claim it. And not leave it behind?
Yeah.
Current, you can tell that like a smackdown's about to happen if you don't step in.
Actually, if I may,
Yes.
since we're talking about who was with or belonged to who before when, Kaylin, can you please let us know where exactly did you meet Niav?
Niav accompanied me on my ship leaving Kurthis.
So it seems that Niav was not, in fact, with Discord at the time of you meeting.
Correct. As a matter of fact, I believe that most of his time with Discord was actually spent as a plant.
So it would seem then, if we're speaking on who was with who, that Niav was acting on his own, chose to follow you. That seems pretty plain to me where Niav would like to stay.
Maleopira looks to you, Current, and says, I contend with your point, Monarch. Since Niavo is an adult in his own right, I think it best, as so both of you claimed, and points at both Kaylin and Discord, and says, then let us get the truth from the source, shall we? And Ampar says, yes, I think that's the right call. Snaps his fingers, and suddenly Niavo teleported right into the middle of the circle. Stumbles a little bit before writing. Yes. It's like this. Just, he takes it all in. And Maleopira then says, Niav, it seems both Discord and Kaylin has invited you as their humble guest to this illustrious soiree. Whose invitation shall you accept? And Niav kind of looks around. I'm gonna go with him. And just immediately steps off to your side. And then Anpara says, well, now that that's over, I suppose you can have the other one too. Snaps. And then the tiny child appears before you as well. And she like apparates here and like looks around at everyone and then kind of just like pulls her cape in like closed, and just like stays completely silent.
Kaylin will bend down to be at her, or just, how tall is Mirafel? I don't even know.
Mirafel is very short, but you can tell when she's like standing, which she is now, the like cape is piled out at her feet. She likes to float in the air to appear taller most of the time.
Okay, so Kaylin will kind of get down on Mirafel's level and be like, "Hey, Mirafel, I'm so glad to see you. You know, we're gonna have a good time at this party. Like I said, remember we talked about, you know, coming to this party together, and I think it's gonna be a lot of fun."
Mirafel kind of leans closer and says,
"Is this the party where all the bad people are?"
You know, there's a lot of people here. I don't know whether we can really necessarily classify them as good or bad right now, but you know, I think we're all here to have a good time.
Okay.
and Brian, this is your first time seeing Mirafel, correct?
I didn't I briefly saw her form.
You lay eyes on her and your stomach churns with an inexplicable nausea. You feel like you're about to puke on the floor of this dais, and you have no idea why.
Cool. I think Brian kind of just like straightens her shoulders a little bit and like looks to the ground to see if that helps with the nausea that she has no explanation for. Aside from that, I think she just tries to keep her outward cool.
Kaylin?
Yes?
Are those gods over there?
Yeah, some of them are.
That's what my mom says I'm gonna be.
That's so cool, Mirafel.
Should I introduce myself?
I think we have to wait until later. Seems to be a very specific order in which Anpara wants to do things. So we'll have to wait.
Okay.
Cool. Maybe you can let a little hand out somewhere. That'll be fun. We can play hide and seek later.
Okay.
She conjures a hand and immediately lets it loose. It is at this point that Fang has started walking around to dole out drinks. Well, of course, Ozzel's very beauteous music is continuing on in the background. Now, Gideon, you are one of the ones closest to like this little entrance area as these drinks are being led around. Okay, when I put Fang's outfit on, when I controlled Fang, his outfit changed, and now he's not in his fancy party outfit anymore. Put your fancy party outfit back on. Hold on, I can't stand for this. I will not have anyone improperly dressed at my party. Sorry for toggling grid mode. It's very important to me that we uphold propriety in every sense here. Okay, so yeah, Fang is now wandering around with these 3 trays hovering in the air, and he does entreat on you first, Gideon. There are 3 trays next to him, and they all hold a different looking drink. You can kind of, he kind of like lowers his voice as he leans forward to talk to you. And he says, a drink. We've got Dawn, Apex, and Sunset. And you can kind of tell that these are like set for each drink type. Dawn is this beautiful like tequila sunrise looking drink, right? That like starts yellow and turns red. And it stays to those vibrant colors, which like right away isn't lavender, right? And then and that one looks like relatively straightforward. You can see that there is like a sorry. The cup itself is like almost this like halved walnut shell. That like is almost like iridescently clear every time it catches the light, so you can see the color shifting of the drink. So that's the first drink. The second drink is this lavender sparkly drink, which if you'll remember is explicitly the color you were told to avoid. It is this lavender colored drink in this very tall, clear, like glass. And there is definitely some sort of magic to all of these drinks, but this one has a very distinct magical effect in that in this lavender, there seems to be these sunbeams of like this beautiful gold shining through it at any point, not dissolving, not intermixing, just shining inside of this drink every time it moves and sways. And then you move from Apex to Sunset, and the Sunset is this drink that shifts from this beautiful like golden yellow to this darker orange to like this more violet color. And it is held in this like very like intimidating to drink looking sunburst like cup that has little spikes on all of the edges of it. You're like, how am I gonna fucking drink this? But those are the three drinks that have been offered to you.
I think like Gideon is genuinely barely paying attention as they're like sisters 5 feet away and they haven't gotten to like meet or speak to her yet. And they're just like watching Caitlin talk to Mirafal as like they like barely really register Fang, and Gideon just kind of half turns and goes, "Oh," and then like grabs the first drink, the like sunrise tequila one, and just like takes that and doesn't really like say anything else to Fang because they can't say thank you.
So you are taking the Dawn, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then Fang walks over. Nakia will take the same thing. Also, the same amount distracted as you. Current Fang gets to you right after you're done speaking. Do you take a drink, and if so, which one?
Yes, I'm going to take Yeah, I will take, what was it? Is it the third drink?
Yeah, you have Dawn, Apex, and Sunset.
Sunset.
You pluck the Sunset cup from its stand. At this point, like that is sort of what happens when like this big conversation finishes. Gemma steps back, like now like completely like besides Messagen, who is like on the ship right now, she is gone from like potentially having Ystera staying with her, having the gambling pieces of Mirafel and Niavo, like all of those things have left in the span of 10 minutes from her. She is looking humbled, and she is actually going to take the condition hopeless on right now. So as that is happening, are you returning to your spot as well, Kaylin?
Yes. And as Kalen walks back to his spot, he's gonna kind of glance over at Gideon and try to make eye contact with them, and then just send a little telepathic message, be like, listen, I'm gonna, I've got Niav and Mirafel right now as my guests, but meet up with me in between courses so that I can introduce you to Mirafel.
You see Gideon just like raises a glass to you, and like smiles a little as they take a sip.
Oh yeah. While that is happening, Fang continues to bring drinks around, loops all the way, and while he is crossing over to bring the drinks to the other half of the dais, Anpara then speaks up and says, well, after that thrilling debacle, does anyone have any other guests to announce?
Wynona's gonna speak up and say, yes, I have my small corgi named Rory, and the person that is taking care of them currently, Mel Malone.
And at that point, he smiles and says, I welcome them both humbly. Any other guests?
Brian just kind of lifts a hand and says, I did bring Cecile here. So I would like to also, Skeslisle, my bad. I would like to also claim them as my guest.
Yes, dear friends, the two of you must be. He will be granted as your guest, if only so you can issue him a proper apology, Brian. You are now getting the sense that Malaya Pira has decided that, like, you are the, like, class, like, dunking,
Malaya Pira or Anpara?
Anpara, so sorry. At that point, right after you finish saying that, Brian Finks comes around with a tray of 3 drinks to present to you. Says, can I offer you anything?
This is me.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to take one of the purple ones and not drink it.
Great. And then he offers a drink to Chintrix. He takes the Dawn. Winona, the 3 drinks are offered to you.
I think I'll also, I know about the purple goo, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think I'll also take one and also not drink it.
Okay. Kaylin, you are the next one to be offered a drink.
I will take Sunset.
Oh, sorry. He does say, what can I interest you in? As he does offer it to you. Just so you know. Just for information's sake.
Just a little, yeah, sure.
He finishes passing out those drinks and heads back up. All right. If you are drinking Dawn, raise your hand. All right, Gideon. Until the next course, you have complete control of the nature around you. If you drink Apex, raise your hand. All right, then none of you will be compelled to truth until you drink next. If you drink Sunset, raise your hand. Hello, you two. Until the next course, all of your sentences must end in rhymes. Have a good times.
I've never been more happy I didn't drink something.
I suggest the website rhymezone.com if you need help.
Listen, I'm a teacher.
You're ready.
can
You
rhyme
were
anything.
raised for this. Yeah, you got this. Delicious little time. All right, those are the magical effects of those drinks, and they will take effect as you drink them. So, Anpara, yes.
Sorry, just like remembering like the way you phrase that. So because me and Brian are not drinking our drinks.
Fine.
Okay.
Yeah, you didn't take on the magical effect of the drink because you did not drink it.
If you do drink it at any point,
Oh,
you
okay.
will have to. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay,
don't do
Yeah,
that.
I will not do that.
Do.
Like, nope.
Okay.
I'm not your
Well, it was worth a
mom.
try.
Do what you want.
It was so worth a try. All right. So it is at this point that Anpara looks out to everyone and says, well, there is just a bit more tonight. Well, sorry, this morning. Before Jolt comes to a close. But first, I would love to welcome you to the best and brightest story I've ever told. 2 tales of 3 lovers. On the most important day of Runica that has ever come to pass, and one of the final ones, before myself, the Enclave, and the proper right of the Wilds decided to lay claim to our domain. Why our domain? I'm sure especially the gods are asking. And it is now that I take my time to remind you that I am the god of the flux of holy abundance. Every tree surrounding this grove grows 5 feet taller. And I am the god of fair seduction and fairest betrayal. And it was at this fair Runica that I realized why both the gods and mortal kind are only interested in those very things. And so we took what was ours, while ridding Acramon of the corruption you had sought to spread. Yes, this tale was one of the final acts of cruelty before the wilds saved you. And I will prove it. Each of you will be playing a member, an attendant of Runica. And each of my Enclave members represent, along with its players, its guests, the faction that attended on that oh-so-holy holiday. Maleapira will be assisting in the tale of the Catalzi Kingdom. Thievius, that of Tundra. Trist, that of the Core. Limericks of Vidrusel. Fife of the Arana Empire. And Bride, well, I have a special role for you picked out. To reflect how special you've decided to assert yourself as throughout your time here so far. You will each be given a mask that represents these roles. These roles are real people. Some of them in this very dais. And we will visit their actions. On the All-Mages Day, that the Hierophants managed to break loose from the Core and threaten to wreak themselves over Acramon proper. And if you don't know who the Hierophants are, well, mortal kind tends to keep a lot from you. You'll have to catch up fast. And I'm not talking about the leaders of your church. Now, everything you eat from this point forward will tell the story of the very person you've become throughout your time here. I entreat you to use those tiny little mortal brains of yours to try and figure out who this story is all about. Because if you do, I allege you will find our path to the future. The path which I promise you is the right one. In my Mournarynth lies masks for each and every one of you. adorned on statues, these statues depicting each and every person's most heroic moment. Let us celebrate you before we celebrate those who came before you. Now, I entreat you, grab another drink, a piece of food on your way out, and Fife will lead you, or you may lead yourself, to your Mournarynth. At the exit of the Mournarynth, my Enclave members will wait to escort you to your wings and introduce you to your living quarters for the next 24 hours. There, you may have the chance to dress in the regalia. I know you have been desperate to show off, perhaps even inspire it by the character you've been given. That would please me, truly. And then I will meet everyone again for our next course. The drinks course, Nyx, where I will set our story, and we will begin a tale that is the very truth of how each and every one of you got to where you are today. Did you know that? That your fates are so delicately tied. It's quite darling, really. I will give you every piece of truth. I will show you every amount that you have been betrayed. And by the end of this, we will decide on Akramon's future, or we will go to war. It does not seem that there would be a different option, as most of the people in this very dais are intent on killing each other, slaughtering each other, really. But it wouldn't be a party if that wasn't the case. I have been so impressed with each and every one of you so far. Keep it up. This is the first of 7. Happy dining, gods, mortals, and those who lay claim to neither. Have fun at my party. It may be one of the last few times you get to. And he snaps either hand on each side of his face, and he's gone. In a puff of glittering smoke, Anpara disappears and leaves his party members to themselves. There is this moment of unease, right? The social lubricant, as it was, has just evaporated. There is a moment of silence, and whoever breaks it will probably be able to set the tone with quite intensity. If you wish that to be you, I would speak up now.
Hell yeah, I'm gonna call for a toast.
Beautiful.
I think Gideon steps forward and raises a glass until everyone else does. Sort of that like, ting, 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 ting.
Daria
Mama.
immediately follows suit behind you, followed by Nakia, the rest of the members of the Iron Eater Enclave, and all of the other guests in kind.
Brian makes very significant eye contact with Winona as she raises her glass. Like the reminder of like, don't drink it. Don't actually drink it.
Winona actually is going to stare down Discord from across the way.
tasty.
I love that. Perfect. Yeah, Winona, even though Discord is wearing this mask, you feel the energy of a god staring back at you. Gideon, you go to speak.
A toast to new friendships, new alliances. As Gideon's like eyes go over everyone, they land on Clove for a second as she says that. And to old, as Gideon turns to look at Current in like a very public show of like, we are good. Like not that there's any question, but like a very public, like we are close. It's lovely to meet you all. I am excited to get to know many of you better. To Anpara. And they do one last little like raise.
To Anpara, there is a chorus of voices agreeing with you, and they all go to drink. It's at this point, I believe Malaya Pira steps forward and turns to Abyssa and Discord and Clove and says, "If you will with me, I will lead you directly to your masks." And he begins leading the four of them away. Trist then also speaks up and says, "Well, I will take a moment to enjoy a few drinks. So those of you who wish to stay a while, please feel free. Enjoy the music. Stay with me. And then we will head to the Mournarynth and make good on our new future." And then Fife says, "I am going to wait just a few minutes, and then I will be off for those of you who just need a moment to rest before you continue." And Limerick says, "I will be going right away and leading those of you who wish to go right away." And like the movement picks up. What is everyone doing?
Kaylin responds to Limerick and says, "I will follow you for my mask. Do not have to ask."
Brian's gonna linger just long enough to see who stays with Trist before she makes her decision.
Okay. So yeah, so Limericks is here with Kaylin. You've decided to do that. And in kind, you are bringing Corvin, Mirafal, and Neov with you. Fife, Chintrix is standing close to Fife. You can kind of guess that he is going to stay and spy on those who are staying until they leave. Valyria, like, just immediately begins speaking to Thievius. You can kind of tell that maybe they are considered exempted from this arrangement because they are arranged, like prom king queen privilege. And Gemma is just silently walking over to stand by the party who is going with Limericks. And I've said enough players. I've said enough NPCs. I need player choices. I'll play chicken with you all night.
I lean into Winona.
Mm-hmm.
Are you staying or are you going?
What do you want me to do?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to see how many people are staying and who's staying before I decide where I'm going.
Hold on, tabletop question. Where are we going if we leave?
You are going to the Mournarynth, a maze that is at the fringes of Anpara's palace, to explore it and find the masks that are yours for the duration of this party.
Okay. Well, if you plan on staying, I can go.
I don't know if I do yet, but why don't you go and then I'll see what's going on.
Okay, sounds good.
I shall go.
And then I think Brian kind of like backs up a little bit so that she can kind of observe more of like who's staying and who's going. And I think she turns her attention towards like Gideon and Current to see what they're doing.
Yeah, you see like Gideon's already looking at Current. Like, it's a very similar vibe I feel like we've done before. Of like, are we staying with this group? Are we going? Like, very like party energy. Like, what are you doing? 'Cause I'm doing what you're doing. Yeah.
After party.
God, I'm having a hard time with making the choice. I think Colonel, I will turn to Gideon and go. I think I'll stay with Trist in case something goes amiss.
Would you like company?
I think two's better than one. It makes for more fun.
This is the best thing to ever happen to me personally. As Gideon like links arms with you, Current. And like I think like body language like includes like Nakia in on it as well. Like, oh, like whoever wants to like come stay with us, we can just be the hot girl group. This place. So it's like, okay, yeah, we'll buddy up. Whoever wants to come stand by us.
Yeah, and you link arms, and it is at this point that you feel kind of like a hovering presence from behind you of two of your stepdad and your mom lurking from behind. And I think it's Thievius who speaks, and Thievius says, Valeria's had quite the long day. I'm going to take her to the exit of the Mournarynth, and we will meet you there.
Leaving so soon? Of course, Gideon says. Again, just bitchy energy, and then does a little, like, cheers to them. I'll meet you there.
We'll see you there, and Gideon, I'm so thankful you accepted my gift.
I very much appreciated it, Thievius.
And before they leave, Gideon, Valeria looks at you and holds her hand out. And inside the palm of her hand is like a rolling pin for mice. Like this like rolling pin that like I assume like the thing that it is made that is inspired by you either remember or the memory has been stolen from your childhood due to the nature of growing up. But it is this beautiful rolling pin that has these little flowers like engraved on it. So when you roll it, it like has that beautiful design on it. And it's literally like it's this big. And she holds it out and she says, "You don't have to take it. But if you do, if you snap it in between your two fingers, I will know and I will be able to come and lend you aid. It is the only magical effect it has. It cannot track you. It cannot affect you. This is a genuine offer."
I think like Gideon immediately like swallows and like blinks quickly, like that immediate like emotional reaction as they're like keeping their face trained, and they say nothing and just slowly reach out and take it. And quite literally like they don't give her anything. They don't say a word, but they take it very like slowly and quietly and then put it in their pocket.
And then she says, "It's an honor to see the adult you've grown into. I suppose I will have to give Alan my thanks." And she turns and walks away with Thevius. All right. So, to clarify, Limericks is leading off. Kaylin's entourage, Winona and Gemma. Winona, as you like catch up with this little group, Gemma just kind of like quietly like links elbows with you.
Oh.
And says, "Why is Greenhair hanging out with you all? I hate him."
No, a lot of stuff's gone down, and he's here now.
He's here now for the better, no, for the worse.
I'm still trying to figure that out myself, but my gut tells me hopefully the better.
I think you hear this voice pop up from behind you because Brian's decided that she's going to go with the group to the Mournarynth. And she just goes, "I don't know. I still don't trust in Osurov even after Misha. Maybe especially after Misha. I haven't decided." And just kind of like walks alongside the two of you.
Yes, well, it's certainly no friend of mine, that's for sure. And the lot of you entreat to the Mournarynth. So let me go ahead and I'm just go walk to the edge of the match. I'll deal with you later. All right, so all of you are going. Okay, great. That leaves Ystera and Valpione, who have come to like stand with Fife. You see they're having like a short, quiet conversation. And that leaves the ever stoic Lunorin, Nakia, Current, and Chintrix with Tristan Fife. And Trist looks at the three of you and says, "Well, what do you think? A delightful first course?"
It was
Well,
wild.
was certainly jolting.
Yes, it always is. I want to make sure. I know as a mortal, it can feel very daunting being here. You are all important and powerful in your own right, and all three of you nowhere near mortal. But do you feel that wind? Is there any way I can support you?
I would like to use the gossip move.
Yes.
When you seek insight about a person by spending some time gossiping with those who know them, roll plus wit. If I do well, I get a dangerous secret and gain a string on my target. And if it's medium, I get to ask a question. And either way, I get to ask a question from the figure out a person move.
Hell yeah.
So I think like Gideon just sort of like turns on like some charming energy, at least like tries to, and is like, "Well, it's interesting to see Anpara and Discord meeting after their treaty and everything. I wonder how that went. I mean, a silence bubble. I hope it went well." And just like prodding to see how she feels about Discord, like what her thoughts on that are. If it was, you know, like what her thoughts on that are, or like how she feels about it, or if she's willing to give me anything to help chip away at that relationship between Anpara and Discord with any information I can get. I'm gonna roll plus wit, and then I know I have +1 from Kaylin from before.
Yes.
So that was technically a 13 that I got because I got a +1 from Kaylin. So I learn a dangerous secret, and I gain a string on my target, which is Discord, or would it be Trist as like the person I'm talking to now? I think last time we put it as Discord.
Let me.
Because I did this before with her.
Let me read it with my eyes and develop an opinion. Gossip. So you learn a dangerous string and gain a string on the target. Right. Yeah. So you're gossiping with someone who knows them. Right. So they are still the target. You're just going around it. So I would say yes. So you're specifically looking for hot goss on Discord. Trist goes, I know. She must have been shaking in her boots when she found out that this entire dinner is dedicated to the very story of her tyranny. I can't imagine anything more insulting. It's probably why she wore the mask.
She came prepared. Gideon sips, like chuckles a little bit, like looking to Kura and Nakia, like,
Oh, sweet thing. All gods do. It's their nature.
And the question from the figure out a person list I am going to specifically ask is, how could I get you to turn on Discord? Trying to think of how to phrase it organically. If any of my fellow players have an idea of how to word it, please jump in and save me, because I'm trying to think of how to like ask that without asking it. You know, I'm trying to be a Succession character. So I'm like, how would I word that?
My inclination is almost to ask, like, how would Trist feel if she was in Discord's shoes?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what would you be doing under these circumstances? What would you have done?
Yeah. Yeah, like how to trying to find out how she would turn on Discord if she were to, yeah.
Like, what would you have done if you were the traitor? Like, how, like, is there anyone who would inspire that in you? Like that kind of a, and try to like bring her around to Discord, maybe. I don't know.
Or like, yeah, or like, how do you feel about her hiding from you all these years? Or something like that.
Yeah. Something to like draw her out a little bit.
Okay. I think I'll word it like that. Sorry for taking forever. I just
This is perfect. You did exactly what you should.
Yeah, I think Gideon, just like eyes locked on Trish, asked, how do you feel about her hiding from all of you on Girthus all these years? As a member of the Iron Eater Enclave, I mean.
Well, I mean, she wasn't welcome down here. Sometimes it's best to let two powers who, if they should go face to face, cause immeasurable harms, claim their little corners and go off to play. But Discord is a special case, the god of chaos. Chaos can bring such devastation to abundance. It'll be interesting to see where she stands on her view of the future. And you are getting the feeling that if like Discord tries to do something like bring mortal kind back down or challenge the abundance of the wilds directly, that would be viewed as a like slight that could not be tolerated, especially for Trist.
We know that, like, they were trying to build a settlement in the wilds under Terrapine with Chinthryx, right? Like, that's information we have from, like, forever ago?
I don't believe forever ago. I believe Kaylin informed you of this.
Oh, I thought when season 1, when we were in Terrapine, we somehow
You
knew
learned
that.
that they were, like, building, but I think it wasn't until Kaylin brought the information to the table that Chinthryx was playing both Nakata and Discord that came to light, that these things might be related.
I think Gideon sort of, like, glances over their shoulder at Chinthryx and goes, well, I definitely think she's not content with just Kurthus anymore. I mean, you heard what she did to it.
Yes. Weaponizing Doxon's null against the wilds. Sorry, against Kurthus, as Doxon has done to the wilds. You definitely have my sympathies.
I appreciate it. We have every intention of helping the people there, at the very least. The ones who are still left, at least, but... Well, hopefully she doesn't spread any further than she already is. Sip. Just quietly sipping.
Yeah. And Current, have you just been, like, nodding along to this as it goes?
Yeah, I think at this point, Current is, like, of course, taking in the information about Discord, but has gotten the sense that maybe they don't want to do anything that's going to upset Anpara any further.
Sure. That makes sense.
Oh, but I do have my other question. I have my other question for Lenorin. I'm just formulating how to word this into rhyme. And
Yeah, that should be fun, huh? Yeah, so Gideon, you're kind of like wrapping this up, and it's at this point that you get kind of startled because the music is still going, but suddenly from behind Nakia, Ozil walks up to, like, give her mother a side hug and, like, a quick peck on the cheek. And Ozil says, "Your dress is so beautiful, Mama. I don't mean to interrupt everything that's happening, but Gideon, can I steal you away for a moment?"
Of course. Gideon's so eager to go with Ozil. Kind of, like, bumps shoulders with Current. No, I know you have to talk in rhyme, so I won't make you speak, but just, like, just open mischief on Gideon's face as they, like, look at Nakia too, and then go off.
Yeah, it looks like this. Ozil kind of leads you back to, like, her little performance station across this bridge. As you're crossing the bridge, she, like, links elbows with you, the same as Gemma did to Winona. And this is like there's this very, like, nice pillow setting all set up around the harp. No one is going to use this, but it was still presented as an option. And she, like, kind of gestures for you to sit with her for a moment.
Yeah, I think I sit down, and as I'm, like, drinking this drink that lets me, like, control nature around me, you see Gideon kind of, like, has flowers bloom, like, extra brightly around them, and, like, glow kind of softly, and almost create, like, a private little, like, wall of flowers, so it feels like it's just the two of us in this little, like, alcove.
Yay, I love it. So yeah, so Ozil brings you down here, and you can tell that, like, her like, harp is still playing. As you all sit, she takes this red rose from where you are sitting and holds it out to you. And says, "You promised to tell me if I'm overstepping, yes?"
Of course. as Gideon takes the rose.
I will be honest, as someone who is part of this party and the inner workings of flux politics, for lack of a better word, I knew who you were when I met you. Both the kind and terrible things people have to say about you. And I don't care about any of those things. What I do know is that family matters are complicated. And Ampara has just consigned you to directly confronting those through no choice of your own. Should you wish to stay with me instead, my door is open.
You see Gideon like blushes a bit, and looks down at the rose and nods. I have a feeling at some point I may darken your door, but as much as this isn't how I dreamed this all going when I was little, well, one, I don't want to leave Nakia alone, and two, we're all forced to play games sometimes, and this has been mine. As much as I want to run from it immediately and go with you, I should probably give him something to be entertained by if I'm going to do what I want to do here. But
what if I promised you he would find us plenty entertaining? I'm fairly informed with how to put on a show.
Now that I believe. But is it okay if I take some time to think about it?
Of course, it's a standing offer, and I don't want you to feel as if you have abandoned your family. I just think this is something you should be allowed to do on your terms.
I really appreciate it, Ozzel. That it means a lot to feel like I have somewhere safe to go in a very dangerous place.
It is a dangerous place, Gideon, and I can't help what happens away from me. But I have a fair amount of influence in this court. I've always been told it would be foolish to spend that influence on a girl, but you're a pretty girl, and so it's a little different.
Well, from one pretty girl to another. If there's anything I can do to help you, I'm yours.
Just listen to your gut.
My gut tells me you are very dangerous, but I still like you a lot.
I think everyone who was invited was dangerous, Gideon. I don't have the power of a god.
You don't always need that. I'm gonna lean in and kiss her. Gideon's like, yeah, we're talking, whatever. Like leans in to give her a kiss.
I love that. Is this technically kiss in a dangerous situation? No, that's for like much
that's
later.
for like
I
a
think.
war.
I
You
think
have to
that's
be
like much
yeah, you have to,
later.
like,
We're in like a
combat.
garden by a harp.
Perfect.
There are flowers blooming.
Yeah.
That doesn't count as dangerous, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say that you can go ahead and exchange strings on each other.
I thought you were
Wee!
gonna say exchange spit, Katie May. Oh my god.
Oh my
I'm
god, I would never.
Love with her.
But yeah, she leans forward and kisses you again, and she's been in this garden so long, you swear to God, she tastes like rose lemonade. And she pulls away and then says, I just have a warning for you. On Para, he meant it. The story he's about to tell, it is not entirely about you, Gideon. No, it is about so many, but you will have to grapple with what you discover. And so do your best not to let it shake you.
Well, you've given me strength before going in, so I think I'll be able to steel myself.
I'm glad to hear it. I should let you get back to your politics, but can I play you a song?
I would love that. Your music's been beautiful this whole time.
And she leans forward and asks you, what's your favorite season?
Fall.
Makes sense. Go. Back to those who need you. Those who want you will stay and play you a song.
Oh my god. I crumble.
And she like stands up and your magic dissipates and she gets back up to her harp. I think from there we are going to entreat now to the Mournarynth. Yes, the Mournarynth proper. We are, oh boy, sorry, I'm making sure not to lose my spirits. There it is. Okay. So you all have entreated. So those of you who have gone to the Mournarynth, you are now being walked through this beautiful palace grounds. You can't see the gods who left before you any spot ahead of you, though one of the first things you walk past is the exit of the Mournarynth, which is right by Fife's beautiful little like mushroom towers. And you can already see Valyria and Thievius have gathered there, and they are already wearing their masks. Valyria is wearing a mask of a beautiful depiction of a swan. Very like these beautiful like white. Oh, I actually, Valyria's looks like a beautiful swan with all of the right fineries and depictions to attend to that fact. Yes, something quite, if you would believe, like this, resting gently on her face as she now sits waiting at the exit of the Mournarynth. Thievius's mask is a little bit different. Yes, Thievius's mask has been Thievius's half face mask is adorned with these like delicate quills arranged in these intricate patterns depicting the peaceful malice of a porcupine. The stark iron base of the mask is perfectly complemented by the like icy white tips of the quills. You will later come to know these two people they are representing as the Swan Emprix and the Porky Prince. But for now, you do not know these names. As the lot of you continue let me set up the right lighting for what day it is, and pull you on over. My question is, Kaylin, while you are walking across this fair palace ground, walking across palace grounds, you know more than most, perhaps. That is the perfect time for politics. So, given your knowledge of that and the like, my question for you is, do you have anything you are trying to accomplish as you make this long walk?
Yeah. All right. Remind me who else I have. I have Neov. I have
Yeah, so
Mirafel.
Neob's with you. Yeah, let me pull you on in here. We're gonna hang out on the big map. Winona's there with you. Brian is there with you. Just the people who love you most, I would say.
Oh yeah. Oh, Gemma's there. She's thrilled. with
Gemma's
me.
there. Yeah, so it's Gemma, Neov, Mirafal, Corvin, Winona, and Brian.
God. Wow. How did I get just?
So lucky.
Oh wow. What a group. Okay. Well, this is going to take about an hour and a half to load on my computer. So,
And I know, same.
oh gosh. Okay. Why all of these people? There's like nothing that any of them even have in common. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's
Oh
not
my
good. That's for sure.
God. Okay. Well, okay. Also I have to rhyme, so okay.
Yeah, you got a big job ahead of you.
Oh my. Okay. Okay. So, I think as they're kind of walking, Kaylin will start by approaching Gemma and say, okay.
What a choice.
Oh, I love that choice.
I
I'm
okay.
screaming. Okay. So are you keeping like Mirafal at your side? Have you told her to just like
Yes,
keep like
Mirafal's
okay.
staying by my side for sure.
Okay.
Keeping an eye on Neov. Okay, and then hold on.
I'm so sorry for laughing at you.
Okay, so Kaylin approaches Gemma and says, "Your plans with Neov and Mirafal, care to share them with us all?"
Good. First and foremost, great rhyme. Yeah, great, good show. Yeah, I think. So Gemma, who is standing with Brian and Winona, like as she is watching you approach, says to the two of them, "Tell me he's not coming over here. I don't have the bandwidth to be nice." And that is like the last thing she says before he approaches and says this.
Brian just snorts.
Hey, Kaylin.
Yes.
Hello, Prince. I'm sorry you're entreating me to tell you just exactly what plan you've ruined.
Yeah.
And why would I do that? Satiate your ego, maybe. Has 20-something years of a crown not done that enough?
Brian gives a very low whistle.
Yeah, if you thought she was mean, I'm worse.
If you tell me your plans without a yelp, perhaps there's a chance that I can help.
I want the help of a disgraced prince who's come down to the wilds for the first time and thinks he can have a stake in the politics. No, I don't think so. I don't think I want that, really.
Hold on. More importantly, Kaylin, did you drink from your drink?
No, he's just... He's
After
just
I very
enjoying the
explicitly said,
ambiance, Brian.
don't drink anything that you receive in the wilds. Is that why you sound like you're fucking trying to win a prize for your poetry right now?
The drink's been drunk. And now I'm stumped.
New rhymes count. Good enough.
Not your best work, but I shouldn't be surprised.
Hey.
Your songs weren't that good either.
I'm just gonna like flick Brian on the back of the head. Just to
Ow!
be nice.
No, I don't have to.
Okay,
They said
okay.
not to be violent. I don't have to be nice.
Fair.
Well, sweet prince, I'll have you know that this one and that one are two beloved of two factions who are divinely intent on slaughtering everyone I've ever loved. Holding them may have given some stake of Terrapine's safety, leading into perhaps the most monumental war negotiation of the last quarter century. Oh, no, quarter eon, perhaps? And you swept them away in an act of privilege in a mere moment, and now I will have dead bodies on my hands in accordance of that fact. And this is why we will not be friends.
If Terrapine you wish to guard, then trust in me, your loyal bard.
Brian snorts again. I'm sorry, it's a little funny. It's a little fun.
It's very funny.
It's a little funny. I'm sorry.
It was very good. Who do I like who also likes you? Who would vouch for you in this moment?
Gideon and Current.
Oh, no.
I know.
Oh.
Winona, apparently. I don't know. They had a lot going on.
Like I said earlier, it's a lot.
Yes, I'm beginning to learn that. Who and Kaylin, you've arrived at this party as representative to the throne. Who are you here to protect?
Well, his party favor is Corvin. And Corvin is apparently incredibly magical.
Yes, Gideon once got very drunk and told me about the time that Corvin turned one of the statues in the courtyard of the Arcadic Church to life. I've heard this story. I'm interested from the prince proper what his actual stake in these negotiations are as a leader of a prominent faction of people who I've been sworn to protect to another.
Brian just gives Kaylin a very expectant look.
Um,
And I think she hooks arms with Winona so Winona can't flick her in the head again.
Okay, fair enough.
although you think I come from the place of the steeple, in fact, I am a champion of the people.
Does Mel think that? Does Mel think that he's a champion of the people? I ask this of Winona.
Ay.
You in question? I'm just wondering.
I don't want to do this in front of him.
Yeah, I think like Gemma keeps talking to kind of keep the eyes off of the two of you. She goes, "Yes, well, I have news for you, Bard of the People. You are not in my good graces, not even a little. And I think you need me, is the thing. or else every other god at this damn party is going to crush you like a worm. So I think I entreat you to remember who you're here fighting for. Remember that I'm fighting for nearly the same people, and maybe start making political choices that are reflected in that, yes? And then maybe, just maybe, the moment this party finishes, I won't gut you like a fish. Get your little rhymes! I'm so sorry for doing this to you. You are so stressed about this party, and I'm like, yeah, and I'll make you rhyme. So toxic, I'm so sorry. Oh.
Oh God. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, take your time. At this point, Brian, you asked Winona this question, and Winona didn't have like too much time to answer you, as Mirafal has, you are suddenly realizing, has been staring at you this whole time. Yeah, you. And as they're talking, she turns to you and goes,
Hello.
How's my nausea level when she speaks to me?
fine, but like there is a raw terror to this child.
Like she's making me feel raw terror, or she's giving raw terror?
It's like you're standing in a liminal space, but the liminal space is a child in front of you.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay. I think Brian like kind of startles a little bit, and I think looks at her, which I assume brings on the nausea again. And so she like very quickly
Much
looks
less
away.
intense this time.
Okay, and so she very quickly looks away and says, "Hi, you're Mirafel. Did I get that right?"
That is right.
Hello, Mirafel.
Hi.
So, how did you and Kaylin here become friends?
We met in the woods.
Totally normal. Okay.
Are you a friend of Kaylin's?
I think Brian does some very quick mental math to like think about how likely she is to get stabbed by this child if she says no. And I think she decides that it's safer to say yes. And so she goes, yeah, we just met, but we have a lot of friends in common.
What friends do you have in common?
Winona here, and Brian like elbows Winona a little bit in the
Hello,
side.
Winona. It's nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too.
You look very powerful.
Thank you. So do you.
Thank you. You must have so many people who love you. You're
She
so
does.
nice.
She's great.
Oh, that's really sweet. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we also have Current and Gideon in common.
Gideon's, I don't know if you two know this, but Gideon's actually my sister.
Yeah, I did know
Oh.
that. I know that. We learned that when we were leaving the temple where we saw you with your mom.
I thought I recognized you. You looked very cool in there.
Thank you. Thanks, Mirafel. Yeah, it's been a long time. What have you been up to since we saw you in the temple with your mom?
Making lots of new friends mostly, but I noticed this when I saw you in the temple, Brian, and I just wanted to give you this.
She holds out her hand and another hand is on it.
After this, they won't hurt you anymore.
Were they hurting me before?
They almost killed you, I can tell.
The hands?
No.
What are you referring to?
The giants in the sky.
And this will protect me from them?
Yes.
Brian looks at her again. What's the nausea level?
There's a cold nausea to this.
And if you let me hold your hand, I can make the scar on your back go away.
Do you have, can you heal people, Mirafel?
No.
How are you gonna make the scar on my back go away?
I'll tell the magic to go away.
How do you know about the scar on my back, Mirafel?
I can feel it.
So you, that must mean that you're part flux, right?
I think that's the word.
Okay, and how old are you?
Under the age of 10, I know I've said it before. I think 7.
Okay. What do I have to do with this hand that you've offered me?
Oh, if you keep it on you, it'll protect you. It'll let you know that you're a friend.
Does it move on its own?
Yes, because it's my friend.
How do I keep it on me if it moves on its own?
It knows it's your friend now.
Okay. And Brian just like,
Oh, but here, if you're worried about losing it or not being able to identify it from other hands, give me a moment.
And she takes a little marker out from her pocket and she draws a little knife on the like back of the hand.
I drew your favorite thing on it.
wow, that's a really good drawing of a knife, Mirafel. Thanks.
Thanks.
Brian like takes it and just kind of like tucks it into a pocket in the like cape thing that she's wearing and says, thanks, Mirafel, I appreciate that.
You should hang out with it every now and then or it'll get lonely.
Yeah, I'll make sure to do that, but not when we're at a party. I don't wanna lose it, you know?
Sure, it just loves playing patty cake.
Brian doesn't know what that is. She's not going to say that to Mirafel. She goes, okay, great. I'll keep that in mind. And I don't know if you know this, Mirafel, but is the scar on my back, is that the thing that seems to attract the big monsters? Do they know?
Yeah, it's kind of like telling. It's like letting all the other giants in the sky know that they don't like you.
And
Very much.
if you healed it, would they stop trying to hurt my friends and I?
Well, we'd have to give them all hands so that they would know, but this is an act of friendship, yeah. But they don't like it when their friends get too close, so please still respect their distance.
Sure, that makes sense. Okay. Well, I'm gonna think about it, about letting you heal my scar. But I really appreciate the offer, and maybe we can talk about it later when we're not supposed to be at the party, you know?
Sure, do you think the maze is gonna be scary?
I hope not.
Okay.
But if it's scary, and Brian starts like kind of like tapping Winona on the arm because I think Winona has at least interacted with a child once.
Yeah.
And Brian hasn't interacted with kids since Daisy was a kid, and that was different because it was her cousin. And so she's just kind of like, and if it's scary in the maze, we'll make sure that you're safe, right, Winona?
Yeah,
powerful arms.
yeah, we got your back.
And I got your back in case you're in danger too.
Great, thank you, Mirafel.
Thank you. I feel so much stronger now.
And thank you from my my new friend, my knife hand. That's
Do you
really
want a
nice.
friend, Winona? I don't want to be impolite, and I do want you to be safe.
Yeah, Winona, do you want a friend that you can be safe? Maybe Mirafel could draw an axe on it.
You know, who am I to deny such a sweet gift?
Do you want an axe on it?
Sure. Or what's your suggestion?
Do you have like a pet?
A pen or pet?
A pet.
I do.
Yeah, it sounded like it. Do you want me to draw that?
Yeah. A friend on a friend. That'd be really sweet.
She draws an uncanny picture of Corgi, of Rory the Corgi, even though she's literally never seen it, and hands it to you.
I also colored the nails to match your lipstick.
Oh, you are so sweet. You are so sweet. Can I figure out a person? Can I figure out Maribel? Because yeah. Cool. So I am going to do plus sweet,
Ooh.
which is nothing. So sick. Okay.
Oh, sick. Rad as hell. Oh my god,
And
you
I
don't need it.
Motherfucking
Oh
11.
my god. Jesus Christ. We love to
go.
see it. All right, so on a 10 plus, you can ask 2 questions from the list, either now or later in the scene. So
I think right now, because it feels natural, I'm gonna ask what do you love most? And I'm gonna say, well, yeah, what's your most favorite thing in the world? What will you draw on a hand for yourself?
Oh, probably another hand. They're my friends, and I make more friends with them. And those friends teach me all about the world and what it means to be here. They're new, though. I didn't get them until I went into the temple.
The hands?
Yeah.
Did you like find them in the temple, or did you gain the ability to produce them in the temple?
I don't know which one. I think the second.
Do you know how?
Magic?
Right. Okay. That makes
Mom
sense.
says me and Gideon and Nakia are going to be gods soon. I think it's part of that.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That would make
Ooh,
sense.
So I'll ask my second question now. So I think I'm gonna ask, what are your feelings towards blank? And I think I'm gonna ask, well, how do you feel about being a god and being powerful and all of that stuff?
Oh, well, I know it's important, and I know it's a really big responsibility. And I know that Mom said that it's a responsibility that the gods haven't been taking seriously at all. And even my hands have told me that there's been a lot of hurt feelings from people who aren't gods. And I think that maybe if I could be one, I could help with those hurt feelings.
Aw,
That's really nice, Mirafel.
That's
I
really
think it's
sweet.
nice that you want to help people.
Thanks. I hope Gideon does too. Do you know if I can meet her soon?
I hope so. Gideon's great. I think you'll
Yeah.
really love Gideon. Yeah, Gideon's great. I assume you've met Nakia, your other sister.
Yeah.
How do you like Nakia?
I like Nakia, but I don't think Nakia likes me.
Why don't you think Nakia likes you?
Because she doesn't like Mom very much. They're kind of working on becoming friends again. And so I think like my mom and I are already friends, and that might be hard for Nakia to see.
So, last time we heard from Nakia, she seemed to be really good friends with your mom. Do you know what happened to make it so that they are not friends right now?
Oh, well, it changes on the day, really. They yell, and then they're really friendly, and then they yell, and then they're really friendly. But I think that she likes her mom definitely more than she likes her dad. That's for sure.
You say her dad. Do you not have the same dad as Nakia?
She kind of like holds out her purple arms and is like, no.
Do you know who your dad is?
I don't.
Your mom's never said anything about him?
No.
Huh. Well, do you get along okay with Nakia's dad?
He's okay. He's really busy all the time, so we don't hang out a lot. But when we do, he takes me to a circus, and that circus is really cool.
The circus? Where do you see the circus?
Oh, everywhere. Thievius runs it.
Brian, like, repeats this to herself silently. And then I think she looks to see if Gemma's still with them.
Gemma is still arguing with Kaylin.
Okay, I think she says pretty loudly, you know, I didn't know that Thievius Kilthorn ran a circus. Did you know that, Gemma? That's a really interesting fact that I did not know.
Oh my god, yes, it's a blood circus, Brian. What else do you want to know?
Oh, what?
Yes, Winona, it's a blood circus. They use blood magic to do heinous theatrical acts, and I've never been, except for that one time when I was drunk for 10 days.
Mirafel, how do you feel about blood?
I don't like it very much, and I've never seen it at a circus.
Brian just turns to Gemma and goes, Gemma, she says there's no blood at the circus.
Oh, well, she's probably right then.
Yeah, I think I am.
Sure. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay. Well, do you,
I'm sorry, Winona. Do we need to ask your friends to stop talking about blood circuses? Are you uncomfortable?
No, it's just you learn something new about the world every day, Mirafel. You're gonna learn that as you grow older, and just like there's not enough information in the world. It's just so much. You just learn something new. So
What's your
circuses
favorite
and-
thing that you've ever learned?
recipe for banana smoothies, right? Right, Winona? Remember when we learned how to make banana smoothies, and that was nice. That was just a nice thing that happened.
that was a nice thing that happened. You're so right. Yeah, nice
Can you
thing.
make me one?
We would
Yeah.
have to find some bananas, but if we can find bananas, I'm sure.
That'll be my job, and then you make the smoothies, and then we'll have friendship smoothies.
Great idea. That's a great
yeah.
idea, Mirafel. I'm sure
Oh,
the
and we can
Emperor
make them
has
for
some in his
Gideon,
kitchen.
too.
Sure. Yeah, we can make
Yeah.
a banana smoothie for Gideon.
So many friends, so many bananas.
You should
so
also
many.
make a hand friend for Gideon. I think that Gideon would really like that.
Oh, they would love
Oh, I
that.
already made one, see?
And she pulls out this hand that has clearly had hours of crafting work put into it. There are rings all over it. It is red like Gideon's hand. There are like tiny little tattoos of like different like child objects on it. Of clearly you're beginning to see like all the things that like this child wanted to remember to tell her sister that she liked in the hopes that she would find out that Gideon also liked those things. And you can actually see that the nails are painted as well, but they are painted this black, and you can see there are stars sparkling in it.
Oh, Mirafel, that's really beautiful. That looks just like Gideon's hand.
Thanks. My mom said that as we become gods, it's going to be important to remember the things we love about being people too. So I made sure to draw all of my favorite things about being people on Gideon's hand, and then I'm going to ask Gideon to draw on my hand all of Gideon's favorite things about being a person.
That's such a great idea. How did you do this with Nakia too?
No, because I didn't get the idea until I met Nakia, and we didn't have anything to talk about, really.
Oh, I bet that was really stressful.
It was. And I want it to go better when I meet Gideon, because I'm really excited to have sisters.
Yeah, I don't have any siblings, so I understand that feeling.
Oh, I'm sorry, you must be lonely.
You know what? No, I'm not. I have a lot of friends, and friends are good.
That's really cool.
Yeah. So are you coming into the party itself? Is that Caitlin? Is she coming to the party? Is that safe for a child?
Yeah,
to
so
come to the
we'll
party?
retreat over back to the other argument that's happening next to while this child is making friends. Caitlin, how have you been approaching this conversation with Gemma?
Gemma, you say you fight for the townsfolk, yet you could not approach a simple bloke to inform him of your own grand plan. Instead, just acted as a slick con man. You took Neov and Marifel for your own, and now complain your plan is blown. So let's cut the shit and work together to finally succeed in our endeavor. You gave
Is
me
this an enticement? One, first and foremost, like take +1 good. I don't know how to give you something, but I must. I feel as if I must. So please take a +1 going like
Plus
on
one
your next
forward?
roll. Yeah, +1 forward. Jesus Christ. So then is this an enticing move? Is my question for you.
Sure, let's make it an enticing move. Why not?
All right. Well, use that +1 and go ahead and roll for it, bud.
Pull this up on my guy. Okay. All right. Rolling plus heart. And
Oh,
7
you need it.
plus the 1 is an 8. So I gain a string on them unless they decide to either get flustered and awkward, promise something they think I want, or give in to disaster.
Gemma looks at you and goes, fine, you know what? I did kidnap 2 people out from under you. First and foremost, it was easier than it should have been. Secondly, I'm willing to call this all behind us and consider this a fresh start. May Terrapine and Kurthis be fair weather friends from here on forward, shall we?
I'm glad you've decided to agree. I give you my own guarantee.
Yes, you better. All right then, to the maze we go. And Gemma heads off again. So the group is like very close to the Mournarynth at this point. Is there anything else Kaylin, Winona, or Brian would like to do?
I don't think so.
I love that for us. Okay. Winona, anything from you?
Nope, I'm good.
Oh yeah. Kaylin?
Oh, and I've got Neov's there. I maybe just check in with Neov and Corvin and see how they're doing. We don't have to. I would just do that. We don't have to like.
Sounds good. Okay. All right. So, before we go to our last break of the evening, I would like to head back now to our gazebo. Current. You were abandoned by Gideon. Not abandoned, but Gideon did step away and leave you with three very interesting characters. Trist, who upon like the dismissal of Gideon has excused herself to walk over to Fife to have a small conversation where they're speaking not like intently, but you can tell that they're like speaking, they're not like casually having conversation, they're speaking on something. You are now left with like Nikia, who is kind of like has just turned to kind of like rest on this railing and like look out on the rest of the gazebo, pointedly away from where Gideon and Ozzel are hanging out. And of course, Lunorin is still ever present around you. What are you up to?
So I would actually like to approach Lenorin and go ahead and ask them my last figure out of person question.
Perfect.
So I'm gonna walk up to them and say, I know Empire left you with little choice, but I would prefer you get to use your voice. So what is your goal of fulfilling this role?
Damn. Let's go. My players are so hot. All right. Lunorin looks you over for a moment. And then you notice in their hand, they are holding the same color drink as yours. And my rule is don't make your players do anything you are not yourself willing to do. So Lunorin looks at you and says, I know you're speaking from the heart. But at this party, I cannot help you play your part. And though you may claim to be that shark, I have not seen this form of monarch.
Oh. Current will look back and say, if you ask Monarch, they would call me my child. And I remember the first time when I saw them, I smiled. It may not be the form that you're used to seeing. I can tell when I see a hurt human being.
You gaze on me as mortal kind, but after time you change your mind. And though you may not think you the part, I know that beating monarch's heart. No kin, just them. Never have I been more sure of anything.
It seems that there's great history in this story you have to tell, and I hope by this party's end that you get to tell it well.
I do not think I will be the one to tell this story, and I promise by the end you will not find the glory. Our past is not friendly. Our past is not kind. And I think by the end you'll have changed your mind. This story, this past, will be haunting and cruel. But I guess it is something you must get used to as you rule.
Seek no happy ending, only the truth, which was ripped from me for most of my youth.
I hope your vengeance is cold as steel. As this party unfolds, I cannot wait to learn what you feel. I will stay my heart from vengeance, and I will ask you to do the same in kind. And I apologize in advance if this is something I struggle with in my mind. I cannot believe you are free from the history that has haunted me since the day you fled.
Hard to take ownership of things that I don't know, but I hope in time that you'll allow me to grow. I hope in time that we'll be able to see, as much as I'm Monarch, that I'm still me.
I hope to provide this space with the grace deserving of a god. It will be difficult, so my dearest apologies if you find me odd.
I'll ask that you please not apologize for those feelings inside. What kind of a godchild would I be if I asked you to hide?
Godchild, you shall not be. Only God, indeed. Yes, you will see. The monarch I knew was not their first forum, yet all the same, leaving all forlorn. You are them, hide from it not, or it will find you, you should be caught.
Heed those words and heed them well. I can sense there's so much to tell. I hope that our continuing courses find you well.
I also wish you burgeoning health. I hope you are resplendent in all of Monarch's wealth. I hope justice and vengeance you find in kind. I advise you steal your heart and steal your mind. You are now playing amongst the gods' thrones. Remember, you now sit on one of your own.
I think Current will actually reach out their hand in kind of solidarity.
Which way are you reaching out your hand? This?
Not like
This?
like going for a handshake, but not quite a handshake, just an embrace of the hands, like both like both hands.
Yeah, they take your hands and make eye contact with you, and after a moment says, "I shall retreat to quarters your own. This next part, I will ask you go alone. My mask will be brought to me, and walk through history we both will be. Until then, I will steal my mind. I endeavor you do same in kind. 'Twas nice to meet you, new monarch. I hope you have more of a heart." And they let go of your hands and stroll away. And as you look down, you see a single feather resting in your hands.
I'll close my hand and quickly put it, like tuck it into my pants pocket thing.
All right. Are you doing anything else here before you head to the Mournarynth?
I think I'm going to walk up to Nakia, and say, Nakia, I'm so glad you're well. If you'd like to accompany me to get our masks, I think that'd be swell. And I'm just gonna give a cute little flirty smirk.
Yeah, Nakia turns around and she's kind of leaning against the railing and she says, "Hey, Current. Is getting jealous? I thought becoming a god was supposed to be her thing."
Jealous? What would tell us of Gideon being jealous?
Well, I'm just saying. Last I left, Gideon was the big new god on the scene, and now I've come here and found out it's you.
I barely know this god power that's been, oh my gosh, rhyming is getting harder.
It is, yeah. Yeah, Nakia holds out her glass and goes, "Oh my god, just drink this. It's done. You'll be fine."
Okay. And Current will just throw it back. So does this mean, oh, okay, I see. I'm
Now you can control plants like this. She holds out her hand and a shitty dandelion grows on it. She plucks it off and looks and goes, "Look," and then blows it, and the little dandelion puffs all go in your face.
I think I'm going to return the favor by creating a bouquet of carnivorous plants, and handing them to Nakia.
Oh, cool.
Would you join me?
Feed things to this? Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah. And she nods. sure, I think it's important that fidelity looks strong while we're here.
I agree. And Current will like reach out their elbow to accompany Nikia.
Yeah, Nikia kind of looks at it for a second and then like agrees. And you two head off to the Mournarynth, and I think that's where we're gonna take our last break for the night. It's gonna be a quick one, so get your
Make
drinks
sure
quick.
you enter to win our Die Hard Dice $20 dice gift code giveaway during the break. Thank you. See you on the other side.
Welcome back, Godslayers. Oh man, make sure you get in on that dice giveaway. We got a fancy little pair of dice to give to someone tonight, and I hope it's you. Take those dice home. Give them a nice home. Lay them down in front of the fireplace. Treat them real nice. Hello, welcome back. We are heading back into the last little bit of Jolt here. Very exciting. So where did we leave off? We left off with Nikia and Current walking off into the sunset, right? This is what I'm remembering correctly. Something was nagging me, telling me that like I needed to remember a scene to come back in, but that's wrong, and my brain is lying to me. So good. All right. So it is at this point then that I welcome those of you who are entering the Brian, Kaylin, Winona, you are all entreating on the humble Mournarynth. You see that it is made, that it is indeed a labyrinth made of hedges in kind, but each of these hedges have these beautiful blue flowers growing from it, almost like these bleeding heart plants that have these draping, almost like closed eyes of flower like buds hanging, almost giving the feeling as if you are walking into a hedge maze that has fallen in love with like a weeping willow underneath a faint blue sky. You finally walk to the entrance of this Mournarynth, the Lotvia, and you see that the floor of this palace you were previously walking on this beautiful lush green ground, and as you get to the entrance of the Mournarynth, you realize that the second you walk across to there is a like clear delineation from the like entrance of the Mournarynth. The moment you walk through, the ground is void, black, with just these weeping plants draping across through the sides, like arms reaching out to grab you to ask to be saved from this place. It has a vibe, and the vibe isn't good, but there's still the fond beauty to it. No, I do not. As you are getting closer to this little Mournarynth, Limerix turns to you, Kaylin, and says, "Only those with masks will be permitted inside. Do you wish me to care for your guests?"
Yes. And care for my guests while I get my mask and all the rest.
Limerix
Can we make him
nods.
stop doing that? Is there some kind of like antidote?
You wish to abandon the effects of your drink?
I wish to make him stop rhyming.
Yes, is this something you wish for?
Me?
No, Kaylin.
Oh, I was so confused.
I like to think I'm up for the challenge at hand. As I continue through the maze without my band.
then it seems, Brine, that this could be a fair lesson in patience for us all, and most importantly, you.
Well, perhaps we can find a band to make your rhymes sound a little more grand.
Woof. Well, shall
Brian,
we?
you seem to have a rhyming skill. Is it my rhyming that makes you ill?
Gemma goes, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, I'm going inside. And Gemma literally like walks to cross into the threshold. Oh my god, she changed her outfit when I put control on her too. I won't stand for this impropriety. How dare you? Multiverse, tell me what I did to make this evil thing happen. Okay. I
As
just
Brian
typed
goes
in
to
Gemma.
follow Gemma.
Oh, no,
she
no, no. Hold on.
goes-
I need to explain something. Please
Oh,
give
boy,
me a
okay.
moment, even though I have been so cruelly treated by Multiverse, who I love more than anything and who is incredible. I guarantee you it's me doing something wrong. As Gemma like crosses this threshold from the green, from the lush green of Ampara's palace to the void black of the Mournarynth, she puts one foot down and she disappears entirely.
So where'd Gemma go?
Into the maze.
Fucking
So you're telling me she will just disappear? That's not something I want to hear.
You will be teleported to a random part of the maze to complete it, to prevent traffic at the entrance.
God, I fucking hate flux magic. All right, if we hold on to each other, will we stay together or will we be separated?
The power of friendship will not keep you close. You will be separated.
See you on the other side. And Brian walks into the maze.
And after Brian walks in, Brian walks through, and then Limericks tilts their head and goes, I wonder if that small mortal knows that flux magic has eyes and ears and a very, very fickle pride. I think you both should consider it lucky that you're not being teleported to the same part of the entrance that the brine is.
You know what? I agree with you. Because I don't know where they're going. They don't know where I'm going. And also, to answer your first question, I think the better question to ask is, does Brian care? I think that's a mystery that we will never figure out the answer to.
Limericks nods and says, I hope every answer you're seeking is revealed to you while you are here.
Well, there's no time like the present. Let's go to this maze. I hope it's pleasant.
I hope so too. All right, I guess I'm gonna also go through.
All right, Winona, you step through. Kaylin, you step through. Brian, you have also stepped through. Great. So, we will, Gideon, are you doing anything before you go to the Mournarynth as well?
No, I think like once I'm done listening to Ozzel's song, I'm like off to go.
Yeah,
to
and
the
I think
maze.
you notice, like, once you get, like, even farther from the gazebo, you can still hear her music playing.
I'm in love. Yeah, great. I love
There
it.
you go. And when you go to enter the Mournarynth, oh yeah, Corvin also has to go into the maze. Corvin went in silently. How sad for him. You get to the entrance of the maze, and you realize that the only person like left here at the entrance is Fife, and Fife has clearly been charged with like safeguarding the entrance or helping anyone who gets in real bad shape to closer to the entrance than they do the exit. As the Mournarynths can be fickle. Now, let us gosh. So you all enter the oh no, I'm accidentally placing text button. Oh no, oh no. OMM heard me talking shit and now is angry. Okay, we're fine. It's fine. Okay, so you all enter the maze at slightly disparate times, but Flux Magic has a is quite the equalizer in all things fair and kind. You all are immediately ensconced in the enormity of this maze. There is a oh gosh, how should I phrase this? A raw feeling of death to this place. For those of you who are well studied and kind, you know that the Mournarynths are only built on old graves. That is the only way that they can grow. And for a Mournarynth to be this large, well, this graveyard must have been just this enormous. And you are so thankful that it is not raining, because the myth says when it is raining, it is where the vines of the Mournarynths, the bell whales, they animate the corpses from their graves and ask you to join the undead with them. But it's pleasant comparing to that. So great. It's just a little bit of a spooky maze. And you are all wandering inside of it. Let's talk about some chance encounters that we have while inside, shall we? So, Brian, when you land in this Mournarynth, even though you did not hear this somewhat ominous conversation, you were teleported, and oh gosh, you swear that they told you would have to like look for it, but you teleport and you immediately come to this dead end of this Mournarynth, and you immediately see a statue of yourself at the end of this corridor. Down this aisle of bleeding hearts, you see this beautiful marble statue of you. Gosh, somewhat, and you can immediately realize, given the fact that you're not wearing an eye patch over your eye, that this is a younger Belle. And you immediately recognize what this moment is, because you remember the moment where you boarded the ship off Terrapine. And you stood on the gangwalk? What is that called? The ramp up? The top of it.
Gangway. The gangway?
Gangway? Thank you. I don't know. Where you stood at the top of it and you looked back at the iron turtle you called home and turned your back on it. And this statue, your most heroic moment, you are told, as you are looking at a statue whose back is turned to you, was the time you turned your back on Terrapine. Do you do anything before you get closer to it?
I think she just takes a deep breath and reminds herself that anything that happens here is not something she has to internalize.
Yeah. Very important. So you get closer to your statue because you can see this mask like tied on it. And you have to walk up the same ramp. That is an uncanny depiction, almost as if plucked from your memory. And you see your mask. The mask is small and delicate, yet it emanates a warm and inviting aura. On it are antennae that are thin and delicate, almost as if they are alive. Well, there are these wings that are translucent and almost seem to be made of a thin, iridescent material that glimmers with every moment. The mask's tiny eyes twinkle like stars in the night sky, and its wings gently flutter like it's catching a breeze. There is a small tag attached to the mask that even before you've touched it, says your name, Brian. But as you reach out and touch this mask, the name on it changes in an instant, in a sweep of glitter and gold. From the name Brian to the name Firefly. How you feel in this moment?
I don't think it's a name that she recognizes.
Yeah, I think you recognize right away that, like, this is clearly a firefly. And there is only one, like, person who has walked Acramon who has laid claim to those.
And that's Ampara.
Yeah. And you gather right away that no one is going to be named their actual names. They are going to be named after the beasts Ampara finds them to be. And you get to play the star part. Well, the sun part.
I think she just feels this, like, dread kind of sink her stomach.
And do you, like, keep the mask on your side? Do you put it on as you try to get your way out of this maze?
So I wanted to point out one thing. She is wearing her eye patch. I just couldn't find one for Pixel Brine. She does have her eye patch on currently. So I think she leaves it off for right now, just so that she can use as much of her like peripheral sight as she can. But she probably, like, hooks it, like, onto her wrist, just so that it's, like, secured. So she doesn't necessarily have to use her hand to hold it. So her hands are free as well.
Okay. Yeah, so you do that and begin trying to find your way out of the Mournarynth. Current, when you stepped through with Nakia, you both were separated as well. Oh, and I didn't pull you onto this map. How homophobic of me. I'm so sorry. All right, let me get you in here. All right, so you step through to this gazebo, through the Mournarynth, and you are also separated from Nakia, immediately ensconced into this haunted, beautiful gallery of many twists and turns. You are making your way through the Mournarynth for quite some time. Do you have a strategy as you try to find the mask called yours?
I was going to see about there, and I'm assuming that there's all these available different types of flora all around, correct?
No, actually, it is
Oh.
just the Mournarynths, and they are encompassing and strangling all
Okay.
over life.
Okay, there it goes. It hadn't loaded for me yet. There we go.
Oh, there you
Okay.
go.
This so you said there's no plant life in here at all?
Just the Mournarynths. They are plant life, but they are the only plant life.
Okay. I think I'm going to try to use my move, Awaken the Wild.
Oh shit.
And it says when you're in a safe position and attempt to commune with a place or non-sentient creature, roll plus spirit and choose one. You cleanse it of its hurt, corruption, or sickness. You alter its behavior, ecosystem, or atmosphere to one you choose, or you make it dangerous to a certain person or creature, or a type of person or creature.
I'm listening. What is your intent here?
So I was going to attempt to commune with any of the flora around and see about cleansing it of hurt, corruption, or sickness, just to see if it responds in any sort of way, since everything is very dead.
Sure.
And
Let's roll.
plus spirit. A 10.
A 10. My. All right. Go ahead and tell me what a 10 does.
So let's see, at a 10, I can choose one of the following. And let's see, I can, instead of its hurt, corruption, or sickness, Actually, I would like to try to alter its behavior.
Oh, okay.
I would like to see if there's a certain direction it would like to point me in.
Oh. Yeah. So what does this magic look like? Like visually, as Current does this?
I think it's almost like kind of like Disney princessy, but like going down to the plants and almost acting as if they're sleeping and asking them to wake up.
Okay. So you ask the Mournarynth to wake up. And you feel a sprinkle of rain begin to fall. You get closer to one of these beautiful arcs of like these teardrop shaped buds that have a little smaller teardrop right below it. And as you are asking it to awaken, that tear-shaped bud opens to reveal an eye. And then another eye opens, and another, and another, and another, and another, until a hallway of eyes is now what you are standing in. And it's almost like you've synced with the magic of this place. And you can feel these eyes, as you can see like tears begin to fall from them. You can feel this aching question, like a heartbeat getting louder. Can I come out and dance?
And I think since I'm trying to, my goal is to alter its behavior, I'm going to say, Yes, but only with me.
Okay. The ground beneath you begins to erupt as skeletal hands with gray, green, blue vines wrapped around them begin crawling its way out from under the earth. But only just a few, because you said the words. Only with you. These skeletons rise. One person, the other horse-like, all wrapped in vines and kind. The skeletal horse, puppeted by these vines, gets close to you and then tilts its head down, leaning towards the ground in a clear invitation for you to climb atop it. The skeleton that is humanoid holds out its hand to assist you up.
I will nod at the skeleton and climb up onto this skeletal horse.
Okay. All right. Gideon. Nope. Brine, you are leaving the Mournarynth when all of the eyes begin to open. Gideon, you are one of the last to step through. So when you enter it, its eyes are already open. So my question for you, and it's also raining, my question for you is, how much do you know about this mythos?
I think like a little bit, not like everything, but I think I know that it's bad that it's raining. And it's something about dead people.
Yeah.
So I'm going, it's like a dangerous situation now. Like, oh, I'm not just like walking in and getting the mask. Like, I think I'm walking into danger.
Yeah, and I think it's a relatively fair assumption. You begin trying to figure out where the fuck you're supposed to be going. And it's definitely a little terrifying. I think there's also like a gnawing, I think, as the person who, besides Belia, would probably know the most about this kind of plant. There is fair myth that if you can find the center of this maze, you can find the Mournarynth's beating heart, that you can dine with one of the dead. And that thought is kind of nagging in the back of your brain as you're trying to find your little mask. Oh man, what dead would I even decide to speak with? That'd be kind of interesting. And you are looking around and you finally find it. And you do find it quite interesting that you didn't find anyone else's before you found yours. You just found yours. And that immediately registers to you as suspicious. Like, I see what you're doing. Okay, fine, fair. This is all fair. And you see your statue by you, statue standing at another end of this corridor with hundreds of open eyes. And this version of you is much like you, and standing atop a tower. As you get closer to it, your immediate suspicions are proven correct. As you walk from the back of this face, this statue, to the front of it, you see something you actually have never had the privilege of seeing before. Your grief-stricken face. And you look at that feeling and you know it well. It's seared in your memory. That feeling of the way your face, your mouth, your heart pulled when you watched Misha fall. And you were given the powers that could call you God. Yes, your moment of heroism is not a moment of your own, but a moment where things merely happened to you. And sitting on your face, Gideon, a mask made from black velvet and other flux ephemera, sits delicately and extravagantly crafted even, into the shape of a bat. Across the bridge of the mask's nose lies the bodice of the bat, its hind legs poised to look like tears spilling from your face. The bat's head is poised between both brows, red garnets its faceted eyes. Your eyes, though, are to be ensconced in massive and beautiful wings, iridescent black, in oil spill and void in kind.
I think I already know whose mask this is supposed to be.
Yes, as you reach out and touch the tag named Gideon to pull this mask off, you watch the name change from Gideon to Brittlebat. Do you put the mask on to leave the maze, or do you keep it at your side?
I think I'm gonna keep it at my side because I want to make sure I'm not like getting fucked up in any way, shape, or form leaving this place.
Sure.
If I can like hold it up and like look through it and see if something's different without putting it on, I might. But
you look through it, and while the Mournarynth still stands, it looks like you're inside a beautiful 3-tiered pyramid shaped of stained glass. You know immediately that this is a reference to the temple where most All Mages' days were held. An homage to the role you are expected to become.
okay. I think I'll still leave it off then until it's like time to put it on.
Okay. All right. Are you doing anything in particular as you try to leave this maze?
I think like seeing this moment turn into like a bit for Anpara has Gideon like really, really mad.
Enough to stagger?
Sure, like take a condition possibly. I don't know what I forget the difference, but yes, I can stagger.
Yeah, so staggering is how you take on conditions.
Oh yes, then yeah. I would say like the angry condition. That would be probably what Gideon takes on.
Oh yeah. So let's look at.
If I'm not allowed to call for it.
Yeah, no. So stagger, is somewhere. I'll find it. When you suffer a staggering physical or emotional blow, you can choose an option from the following based on the number of conditions you have marked. You have 0, which means your options are: you can lash out at someone whose regard matters to you, provoke them to do something foolish or harmful, and take advantage of a string on them if you have one. You can hesitate and stumble, and the opposition gains an opportunity, or you can grin and bear the blow and mark 2 conditions.
I'll take on angry, and I would say guilty.
Ooh, 2 delicious choices.
I think like pink flowers start sprouting up around Gideon's feet as they're looking up at the statue. It's just like a moment of like, I feel like I'm living someone else's life that I shouldn't be here.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't belong here. This shouldn't be me.
Yeah.
That's like very, very dramatic Gideon fashion, them like crying in the rain in their little mourning gear, looking up at the statue where they like wish they were looking at Misha. Yeah, and then
And then you start
I
making
can't
your
look
way
at
out.
it anymore. Yeah, I leave.
Yeah. All right. Halen. You are wandering a Mournarynth proper, a Mournarynth sunshine, when you discover your statue. And much like Gideon, you are depicted atop a tower. In kind with back turned. Yes, when you turn the corner and see the statue of you, it is almost like you are standing where Zara did when you turned your back.
Hmm.
A marble doorway you are stepping through atop this tower. A mask sitting atop your face.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he'll just go and get the mask.
All right. Yeah, you're just like trying to business through this. You go and grab this mask. Your mask is much larger than the rest. Indeed, your masquerade mask is a stunning embodiment of a fierce dragon, crafted with intricate details that capture its power and mystique. The mask features a snarling mouth with razor-sharp teeth and glowing green eyes that radiate a sense of danger. The dragon's scales are replicated with a lustrous green metallic finish, shimmering in the light as it begins to fade, and giving the mask a rather regal and awe-inspiring quality. As you reach up to grab it, the name changes from Kalen to Lord of the Green.
Okay.
Do you put this mask on or keep it as your side as you try to evacuate from the Mournarynth as all of its eyes begin to open, staring at you?
Yeah, I think he puts it on.
All right.
And
The moment you put
also-
it on, you are teleported out of the Mournarynth into the exit.
Oh. Well, that goes okay. All right.
Current. Your skeletal horse leads you to your statue, not too far from where you were to start with. As you get closer, you're like, oh, this is like me a couple of days ago. As your statue depicts you hand in hand with this faceless figure standing over a crevasse that is almost as tall as you. And you can see through this crack that is one of the first things you see apart from your form, a crown carved of marble. On your face sits a mask shaped like the head of a ferocious shark, with razor-sharp teeth and piercing eyes that seem to follow you wherever you go. The mask is crafted from a durable, lightweight material that makes it easy to wear, and the attention to detail is astounding. The shark's skin is replicated with a smooth yet almost faceted, glossy blue-black finish, while the teeth and gums are crafted with precision, creating an eerie realism that could send shivers down the spine. The eyes of the shark are piercing and glow in the darkness of the Mournarynth you've created, with a dark, deep blue gaze that seems to bring you in. Luckily, you have a horse that you can stand atop on to reach your mask because it is farther away than everyone else. But once you grab it, its name changes from Current to Sky Shark.
Yeah, I'm going to reach up as high as I can. I think it's probably like the edge of what I can grasp. And take the mask and examine it carefully. And not verbally say thank you, but kind of bow my head in regards to both the skeletal horse and person. And put the mask on because in Current's mind they were thinking, well, what if something looks different with the mask on? So that was their thinking in putting it on.
And the second you put it on, you are warped to the exit. And Ampara's magic will now begin wresting the sky back from you as you are detached from these from this nature. Winona, you are wandering this Mournarynth, and you swear to God, you've been here for so fucking long. You've been here long enough for the rain to have started in the sun god's domain, and every bud in this stupid place to open like an eye. It's not going well, I would say that for sure. How are you navigating through this maze?
I think Winona just kind of has her arms outstretched, not like kind of just like more in a defensive way than a like searching around way. But is also just, I don't know, trying to find like any semblance of anything, I guess. It looks familiar or something.
Yeah. So yeah, you're trying to find this and you're wandering this maze and everyone else immediately found the one meant for them. But Winona, things are indeed a bit different for you. As one of these corners you turn lands you just a couple of feet away from Discord. Having just pulled their mask down, a mask that is a 3/4 face mask depicting a chimeric queen in all its beauty, with a gold-plated ram's horn on one side and an equally ornate snake curled around the temple of the other. A regal and profound mane with a golden shimmer surrounds this entire neck and crown. But Discord isn't paying any attention to that. Their eyes are right on you, even through the mask. And they say, "Oh, Miss Fightfair. Exactly who I was looking for."
Why are you looking for me?
Oh, you were looking at me earlier. It seemed like you wanted to talk to me. I wanted to make sure we had a chance to have a conversation.
I think Winona is scared in the moment, but she wants to prove her worth, essentially, and like, I guess, prove to herself that she can be brave, and like lose this conditions that she's got, but like Sorry, I'm looking at my moves really quick.
Oh, please.
Can I use figure out a person?
Oh, that sounds really good. I think that's perfect for this.
Okay. All right. All right. Oh yeah. I got nothing. All right, sweet. Oh.
Oh.
Shit.
Wait,
First and
Don't-
foremost, please mark XP.
Okay.
if we win a roll, does it carry over if we don't use it? Because
Oh, I didn't use mine. That's true.
Didn't use it. Yeah.
Please, by all means, use your extra dice.
So wait, what do I do?
If you have an extra, just roll another d6 and we can add it to
Okay.
your existing
Just 1d6.
4. Yep.
Okay.
You'll need a 3 or higher.
Oh shit! I got a 3.
All right. So you're going to get to ask 2 questions, but they get to ask one of you.
Okay.
And make sure you unmark your XP if you already marked
I just
it.
did. Yeah. Thank you. Hold on. Let me see what my.
And then you mentioned clearing a condition, right? Is that the intent of this? Of what you're about to undergo?
I think so.
And what do you currently have right now?
Insecure.
You might reach too far into an take rash action to confront the object of your jealousy or prove your worth without conferring with friends or making a plan first. Well, that does sound quite right. I think we're doing some of that right now. I think you're well within line of exactly everything you're trying to do. Figure out a person and clear a condition. Let's do this.
Okay. So I think my I think my first question is just gonna be like, what are you feeling towards my family? So I'm gonna look at Discord and I'm just gonna kind of like just stare him down and be like, so Tommy, face to face, what's the beef that you have with my family?
Oh, you incorrectly assume I have beef with your family. I don't have beef with your family. Your parents and I had a political disagreement.
That ended in them just dying, huh?
Well, I didn't kill them.
You had them killed.
If I had.
There's no way. You had a political disagreement with my family, with my parents, and all of a sudden they turn up dead.
Listen,
No, you're woven into this.
well, I'm a god, Winona. I'm woven into the fabric of this very universe.
It's fucking itchy.
I'm sure it is. I do apologize for that horrific misunderstanding. You see, I was only speaking of potential options with Articus Whitmore when he took fate into his own hands.
Wait.
Unmute yourself, coward! Say it to my face!
What a way to make that reveal. Holy shit.
Oh my god!
You can stagger if you'd like. Oh, Kat, what a time to be gone. Oh,
Oh my
rough.
fucking god. Yeah, I guess I'll fucking stagger. Jesus. Oh.
Okay, so staggering.
Yeah.
When you suffer a staggering physical or emotional blow, choose an option from the following based on the number of conditions you have marked. You have 0 to 3 right now, which means your options are: you can lash out at someone whose regard matters to you, you can provoke them to do something foolish or harmful, or take advantage of a string on them if you have one, you can hesitate or stumble and your opposition will gain an opportunity, or you can grin and bear the blow and mark 2 conditions.
I think I still get to ask another question, right?
You do, yeah.
Okay.
That's what I love about TSLs. You don't have to you can put those layers on and play with all of them.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna hesitate.
Mm-hmm. What does this hesitation look like for Winona?
I think like Winona's been trying to keep a wall up this whole entire time, but I think like her blood just kind of runs cold from hearing that name and like in context, and like it just like I think you can just see in her eyes that she just kind of goes blank. So it's no longer just like a wall of like feigned confidence anymore. It's just straight up like ghost in her brain.
Yeah. And a Discord pounces on that silence. Relentless. Absolutely relentless with that. And takes a few steps closer to you. And says, I know I am an enemy in your eyes and the eyes of most of the weeds and most of Kurthus. And I know that we all have a past to contend with. But you're here at this party to meet your opposition. And they just so happen to be my opposition as well. And you are so much more than what you were when you were just a kid running around in the weeds, Winona. You're the Omen Soul now. Taste it. And those Omen Souls, they've always met horrific fates. And I've always found such kinship with them. I don't know how much you paid attention to our sermons. I was crafted when an Apotheon sister ripped me, a simple flower, from the ground to pry my petals off me to try and tell her own fate. An act of gross selfishness. It made me. And it was an act of gross selfishness from a god that made you, too. We have so much more in common than you think. And some of these people here are much, much more dangerous than I am. I'm open to negotiations.
What do we have to negotiate?
Safety and future of Kurthus, of the weeds, the place you used to call home. And we need not have those talks now, fair Omen Soul. But I would hate to see you stumble into the same fate that's awaited every Omen Soul before you. And from behind her back, she produces a mask with your name and holds it out to you. The mask resembles a majestic phoenix with feathers of red, orange, and gold that shimmer in the candlelight. As you approach, you notice the intricate details of the mask. The beak is curved and sharp, the eyes are a piercing yellow, and the feathers are layered to create a three-dimensional effect. It's almost like you can imagine the phoenix taking flight, spreading its wings, and sailing up past this Mournarynth. And when she hands it to you, the name changes from Winona to Phoenextra.
Okay. I think I'm gonna ask my second question.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just gonna like silently take in everything that just happened.
Mm-hmm.
And that was said. And she's just gonna look up at Discord and be like, and so I'm asking essentially, what do you love most? And I think I'm just gonna ask it in a way where it's like, so if you have displeasure with so much shit in this world that you helped create, then what do you actually stand for?
Now, that's where you're wrong, Winona. You think I've created the fabric of this world.
You're a part of it.
I am one of its first children. I was made from the chaos, rebellion, anger, and pain. I made the arcanic deck, which represents these factions so keen to spill blood. I was born from everything you hate about this world. It is my job to make the world pay for it. If it's vengeance you seek, I'll help you fill it in kind. If it's rebellion from this toxic planet which has made you suffer so, I have a plan for that too. What I love, dear Winona, is everything that I have done to lead to the next few weeks, months of your life. You'll be around for something I've been working centuries for.
Okay. And I'm just gonna take the mask and she's not gonna put it on, she's just gonna hold it.
Now, Omen Soul, historically you have died at the hands of gods. That is not what you should be most worried about. Valnarax would want you dead, and I almost guarantee you she's willing to do it in the palace. Keep your guard up, yes?
Tell me what to do.
Ah, yes. Defy the gods. I think that's what we should all be doing. Open rebellion until the sky weeps! And like Discord throws her arms out, and every single one of the open eyes in the Mournarynth wilt and fall off as the rain abruptly stops. See you at the party. And she puts her mask on and disappears, and she will be taking a string on you.
Okay.
And I think as you are struggling to find your way out of the Mournarynth, you run into a Brine who is doing the very same thing.
Hey, are you okay? You look a little rattled.
Don't worry about it.
Okay. What's your mask?
It's a phoenix. Phoenix.
Brian holds hers out and says, "It's a firefly."
That's cute.
Guess that whole comment about me making myself special earned me the spotlight, huh?
There you go.
Great.
And as you two humble souls make your way out of the Mournarynth and into the light of Anpara's sun, I think that's where we'll end tonight's session. Let us take a look at our XPs, shall we, dear friends? So, a player used a safety practice, so go ahead and mark XP for that, everyone. Did a PC confess their love? I don't think so. Did a PC strike a blow against oppression or de-escalate a violent situation?
I mean, Winona told Discord to get fucked, which I would say is striking a blow against oppression.
I think almost as alongside that, I think that Current stepping in to advocate for stopping Simpira's execution absolutely applies to that. So let's all mark an XP for that too.
So is that 2 or just 1?
Just one. You can only mark one.
Okay.
Like one for each one we cross off, but they don't stack, if that makes sense. So the most you can get here at the end is 4. So, did a PC leap into danger with daring and panache? I think Winona did.
I agree.
Okay.
Absolutely. All right. So, 3 XP to mark. I think everybody knows where to find you.
Advanced.
Me too.
Oh, yes. So who advanced? Oh my gosh. So we had 4 advances. All right. Well, we'll have to remember to talk about the moves you take tomorrow at the beginning of the set. Next time at the beginning of the session. If you have not joined our Discord already, please remember to do so. As it's where we plan, it's where we hang out, it's where we scream, it's where the Mirafall hand fan club begins, I believe. If you want to know secrets like Articus Whitmore, you should come to Scheme Time. If you want to know secrets like who Malaya Pira's other parent, who Mirafell's other parent is, you should. Sorry, there's too many M names, and I did it to myself. I'm so sorry. If you want to know who Mirafall's parent is, you should come to Scheme Time. If you want to know why Articus Whitmore did what he did, you should come to Scheme Time. If you want to know who each of the members of the masks are who, with all of these interconnecting dots, you should come to Scheme Time. That is for our dear patrons. Make sure to check out Patreon, our little Patreon. Thanks to those of you who support the show. I think that's our last order of business. I'm so excited for the next course to begin. Congrats on making it through Jolt. You have made it to its conclusion. Congratulations. But for now, I think, we should go. Let the anticipation build. Make sure you are staying thirsty, and we will see you next time, Godslayers. Good night.